Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Regards to your new offense, 241700719. I show on April 15th, 2024, officers responded to retail theft at MPS. Employee reported that a man and two women entered the store, selected items, and concealed them. An employee was trying to detain the man. The suspect was detained and identified as TF. TF was later identified as Sergey. After he's fingerprinted, he provided a stolen ID. He was found to be in possession of meth and brass knuckles. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you want to say about the offense?
No, ma'am.
Were you using during the offense, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Meth?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, sir. I want to get to the allegations contained in the warrant. There's 16 of them. So I need to admit, deny, or no contest to each one of them. If you plead admit or no contest to any or all of these allegations, I want you to understand the rights that you're waiving. You're waiving your right to have the state prove in an evidentiary hearing by preponderance of the evidence standard the allegations they maintain. They would have the ability to bring witnesses and exhibits. You would have a right to cross-examine them. You would have a right to bring your own witnesses and exhibits. If there were any unadjudicated criminal charges, you could remain silent. The board can make an inference from your silence. You'd also have the right and be an appointed attorney. Do you understand that if you plead, admit, or no contest to any or all of these, that you're waiving those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Number one, by having absconded or fled from parole supervision on or about March 26, 2024.
Did me.
And I'm making notes of everything we're talking about, just so you know, I want you to know I'm listening. Number two, by having failed to complete a combined mental health substance use evaluation and comply with all recommendations indicated in that evaluation on or about March 26, 2024.
Did me.
Number three, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense, possession or use of controlled substance on or about April 15, 2024.
Did me.
Number four, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense, this is the same one, possession or use of controlled substance on or about April 15, 2024. It's done twice. Okay. It's actually done multiple times. I'm assuming they did this multiple times because of the amount of drugs that you had on you. But just so you know, they've done these multiple allegations. So number five, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense, possession or use of controlled substance on or about April 15, 2020.
Did me.
Number six, by having committed or having been committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense, possession or use of a controlled substance on or about April 15, 2024.
Did me.
Number seven, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense, use or possession of drug paraphernalia on or about April 15, 2024.
No contest.
No contest. Number eight, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense, retail theft, less than $500 on or about April 15, 2024.
No contest.
Number nine, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense, possession of dangerous weapon by restricted person on or about April 15, 2024.
No contest.
Number 10, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense, false info to police officer, actual person on or about April 15, 2024.
No contest.
Number 11, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense, possession of another's identity on or about April 15, 2024.
No contest.
Number 12, by having used oxycodone on or about April 15, 2024.
No contest.
Number 13, by having used Adderall on or about April 15, 2024.
No contest.
Number 14, by having used Suboxone on or about April 15, 2024.
Did me.
Number 15, by having used methamphetamine on or about April 15, 2024.
Okay.
And last one, sir, by having purchased, possessed, owned, used, or had control of any explosive, firearm, ammunition, or dangerous weapon, including archery equipment or crossbows on or about April 15, 2024.
No contest.
All right, sir. Like I said, I will take your pleas. I will make note of them. I will take judicial notice and revoke your prior parole. Sir, so looking over your last parole in general, obviously, the offense occurred, but I show it was about 2 months. It's kind of a short parole. Tell me what happened during your last parole.
Honestly, just started relapsing.
Okay.
And I don't know, stopped caring, but
Why do you think that is?
yeah, got in my head a little bit about past things.
So was there something that was triggering or?
Yeah, I had my brother died, so
I'm sorry to hear that, sir.
thank you. It's just been difficult dealing with that, and I thought I could just relapse once and be all right, but then I just started relapsing, and run into all or nothing thinking, kind of an idiot.
And do you mind getting a little closer to the microphone? I'm having trouble
Yeah.
hearing you a little bit. Sorry, sir. So, sounds like you went through a lot, and I don't want to downplay those stressors. But it sounds like you could, everyone has stressors, right? Everybody, you're assuming you're gonna have stressors moving forward. How do you plan on dealing with that now?
I know that I need to have complete abstinence from drugs and alcohol, and I need to get a job and be there for my family.
Okay. Why do you think things have changed?
Just I'm not in the same mind frame. I know what causes me to get stressed out or what makes me want to relapse and whatnot, and I know what I have to do different to stay away from that, or what different coping mechanisms I need to do to change
Can
my
you give me
behavior.
some insight into those coping mechanisms?
Insight, like
Like what are your coping mechanisms?
coping mechanisms. So communication, just being able to talk to my mom, my family, if I'm dealing with something. Being able to reach out to, like, if it's not my mom, I have a lot of friends that are sober that are doing good. Um, Getting a job's gonna help me stay busy. Uh, Copanism is just staying busy. Um, and Being able to play sports or do something like that I like to do and try not to think about things.
Okay. Do you think you need substance use treatment?
Um, I mean, maybe like an outpatient would be helpful.
Have you looked into any particular treatment place or?
I was thinking outpatient Odyssey, but there's a lot of places, but
Okay. Are you currently gang affiliated, sir?
no, I dropped out
When did you do that?
last year.
Do you remember when exactly, or if you don't, it's okay.
No, probably like December
Of 2023?
23.
Um, and what caused that?
Just taking steps to do different things. I don't want to continue getting in trouble.
So I noticed you're in orange. Is that because of your dropping out of your gang?
Dropping out. Yeah.
So can you go to general population or no? And I'm making notes of everything you're saying. I don't want you to think I'm not listening, okay? How's your mental health?
Good.
Are you currently taking any mental health medication?
No.
All right, sir. Regarding release plans, I showed that you'd like to live with your mother in Salt Lake City and work as a car dealer or detailer. Is that
Yeah.
correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you living with your mother on your last parole?
Yeah.
So it sounds like you relapsed. So do you think that that's a
No,
consistent?
it's a super helpful environment. It's just I don't know. I just had kind of like a mental breakdown and didn't communicate with no one and just kind of took off and started getting high.
So you weren't using at your mom's house?
No,
It's a sober household.
it's a sober household. It's my mom, my stepdad, and my little brother.
Okay. Any other plans for parole that treatment you've looked into? Any other aspirations or goals that you have?
Just really starting a job. Once, like, if I have a job, I don't relapse. I don't do anything. I work, and it helps me to stay busy.
Do you already have a job set up upon parole?
Yeah,
Okay, like some place that already has hired you?
yeah.
All right, sir, if you're paroled, you're down the line, 5 years down the line, how would you see yourself as successful? What would you want to do? What are your goals,
Um,
long-term goals?
so getting a job and maintaining a job. I would like to complete parole. I'd like to start my own family eventually. being able to get a car, and just being a successful member of society.
All right, sir. Do you think there's anything the board could order that would help you with that?
So,
Okay. Any conditions,
so
basically?
honestly, I like my parole officer. It's everything's good. It's just I know that it's me that has to put the work in, and I know what I want, and I want something different. I don't want this no more.
Okay. And I appreciate your insight. All right, sir, those are all of my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Your family members, your friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post it on our website. So it'll take some time. It's not immediate, but it's faster on the website than the mail, obviously. I note your guideline, sir, is 12 months or April 15th, 2025. Easiest way to think of that is a suggestion. It's based on a number of factors, obviously, one of them being your offenses. And then your expiration, meaning the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, is September 19th, 2033. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board?
I'd just like another opportunity if I could.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you coming to this hearing. I've made notes of everything we've been talking about. We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right, we are on the record. Today is the time and place set for a rescission hearing for Mr. Peter Duffy, offender number 189003. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. As this is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand to the best of your ability. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yeah, I have.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you have a chance to review that?
Yes.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any errors or corrections I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before we begin today?
No.
So just to kind of tell you how today's going to go, sir, this is a rescission hearing, so it's a shortened hearing. Basically, we'll be going over the rescission itself, a few other questions I have, if you were released, and then you get the first, closing comments. I will be making notes of everything you're talking about. I don't want you to think I'm not listening, okay?
Okay.
So it looks like you had a parole violation original hearing in April of last year. You were granted parole for September 10th, 2024, contingent on completing residential substance use treatment as evaluated to be appropriate and have no major disciplinary violations. In a special attention of July of this year, it was noted your ASAM determined you needed residential substance use treatment, but yet you were housed in Antelope due to a safety override. Because of these factors, you were unable to complete that program. The board it also noted that you were accepted to Valley Epic and that you could complete that there. The board rescinded your parole date and scheduled a rescission hearing. Does that sound correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am. And can I go?
Go for it.
I'm not sure if you got a copy of this acceptance letter. I have an acceptance letter to that Epic that what's noted in your notes. And I've been in contact with Katie. She's my therapist at Epic. I just talked to her a couple days ago too. So there's a good line of communication.
Okay.
So yeah.
So do you think you need residential substance use treatment?
Yes. I need structure. I need some kind of structure, which being Epic, I don't know. I feel really hopeful with Epic because I can have a job there. At first, I'll be on blackout and I have to work up to have a job. I have a job all lined up, but after a month and a half, I can have a job. But they do provide all the classes I need to take.
Have you
So-
gone there before?
I have not.
But it sounds like you've looked into it, which is good.
Oh, I've looked into it. Yeah.
So I'm not going to go over your offenses individually, maybe like you've done in prior hearings, but I do show assault, right? When you committed the assault, were you using substances?
So
Yeah, I show assault.
like Class A.
Yeah.
That was like over 5 years ago, or no, that was like, yeah, it was a attempted aggravated assault. Yeah, I was under the influence.
You
Yeah,
were using, okay. What were you using?
it was heroin.
Okay. So when you use, do you have a tendency towards violence?
Not typically. Like if you look at my record, I don't have a lot of like violence. It's all. I'm not trying to justify it, say it's right or anything like that. I was in a toxic relationship, and I'm not a victim in that situation or anything. But I was under the influence, and I got with somebody that was also under the influence. So that was a good combination. I don't necessarily get violent. But I did at that time. Yeah,
So
makes sense.
you're talking about not wanting to use. So why don't you want to use it? What's the change now?
I got my kids back in my life, both my daughters, my 10-year-old and my 13-year-old. I could talk to my 10-year-old. My 13-year-old's kind of at a standstill, like a distance a little bit. And I respect that just because when I disappeared and came back to prison, they started going to therapy and having all these like tantrums and all this. And I recognize, I know I can't use and I need to get out of that lifestyle because I'm affecting more than just myself. I'm affecting my little ones too. It's not just about me. That makes sense. It's just, I don't know. And it's when every time I'm on the phone and I talk to my family, like there's just an emotional state too. Not like, oh, get me out of here. Like I'm past my time and I won't never use again. It's just I'm affecting other people. Like with my daughters, so I'm like kind of going off. My daughters have to separate themselves because only one of them can talk to me, and the other she's hiding in the bathroom whispering because she can't let my other daughter find out. You know what I mean? I don't know. It just kind of breaks my heart too.
So it sounds like you have not had your children in your life previously.
The
right?
last time I see my 10-year-old was like 4 years ago, And we have a really strong bond, even when we talk on the phone. But my 13-year-old, her mom is, I got a lot of respect and love for my kid's mom. She's a DCFS caseworker up in Cache County. So she's doing really good, and she's a good mother figure, and putting my daughter on the right track. So keeps my daughter away from me until I can prove myself.
Okay.
So that's why, another reason why I really want this place. I feel really hopeful with Epic. Like a halfway house or Odyssey house, and I'm not trying to be negative or like just try to set myself a failure. I just don't feel myself progressing there because I don't know, there's too much temptation. You're locked and closed with a lot of people not on the same level as me. In this place, me reaching out to Epic, I don't know, it just sounds genuine, and she's there to help me, and she's like excited to like give me another program in their classes.
Well,
I know it sounds kind of weird because I've never really felt like this before, but towards a program, but I just feel positive towards it, you know?
it's good. I think that's very good to hear, sir. So tell me about the safety override. That was part of the special attention. It noted that you are currently in Antelope, so it
I-
sounds like you cannot go to general population, right?
I was involved, I was involved in a gang called SAC, which I'm not proud of. I don't know, when I first came to prison, I was just trying to like prove myself to other people and stuff. And I came from like a really religious background. I was supposed to go on a mission. So my family's all Mormons and, you know what I mean, like that. And I come to prison and I make my own decisions and stuff. I got caught up in the wrong crowd, and I don't know, I just joined a gang and I dropped out of it because I
When
got
did you drop
better
out?
a couple years ago,
Okay.
like 3 years ago.
Okay.
And I haven't had no association with them or nothing like that. No write-ups for weapons or anything like that.
I would note that I don't show any disciplinary incidents since February of last year.
Yeah,
Um, So that is good. That's
I
almost.
just stay to
2
myself.
It's good. All right, sir. Regarding release plans, so it sounds like you want to go to this Epic. You also mentioned work. What were you thinking for work?
So it's kind of early right now, but I do have everything set up. I don't want to like overwhelm myself or anything. I have a good support sober system on the streets. Um, so Krista Gibson, she's like my sister. I've known her for a long time. Her husband just passed away in a car accident up in Cache County. And before he passed away, he got me set up being a locksmith, like an apprentice for a locksmith. I have no idea how to do that. And I'm not trying to like just kind of have not confidence with it, but I have a job all lined up. And once I get closer to that time frame, when I'm in Epic, I can reach out and get that and get it all squared away.
Okay.
But I do have a job lined up.
Okay,
That's
that's good, sir. Like I said, sounds like you've looked into this stuff.
Yeah.
All right, sir.
No, I got, sorry to cut you off. I have like goals and I have it all planned out. Like I've been changing my mindset and stuff and trying to get prepared. I feel like that's the best thing to get me successful, like be successful, like have a
Good.
plan.
Yeah, I think that's a very good thing, that you've obviously thought about it. You know what is motivating you right now. Even just going down to, transportation, those kind of things, thinking about all that kind of stuff. I think that's really good. All right, sir. Those are all of my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Your family members, your friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post it on our website. It still takes some time. It's not immediate, just so you know. But the website's faster than the mail, so someone can look that up for you.
I have an acceptance certificate too. I don't know if you guys received that. Yeah.
If
So
if it's in blue, then we have it.
Okay, so I wasn't able to do the inpatient here. But I did complete like MRT and classes that was available to me. You know what I mean? So I wasn't just sitting on my butt, you know?
And I'll make note of that, sir.
What
Do you have any other closing comments or questions?
what do you predict?
So, yeah, I have people ask me what my recommendation is. They ask that we not say because obviously to create, not unrealistic expectations either way. But what I would say, sir, is I come to this hearing because I want to hear what you have to say, right? I don't pre-decide. So I take what you say very seriously. I've written it all down. In regards to what the board will do, I wouldn't want to predict because I don't want to create unrealistic
'Cause I have-
expectations.
I have been in contact, like I said, with that program, and she just told me as soon as I find out, there's a bed available for me right now. I don't know if you could put that. And she asked me, I'm not trying to get ahead of myself, you know what I mean? But she's like, when do you think the soonest you'll be out? And I'm like, well, I was supposed to get out on the 10th. Obviously, I was supposed to get out 2 days ago, but due to me not, I have no write-ups, but due to me not, I'm like
Completing
pointing out
the
everything
program.
you know. But she's like, I'm like, maybe the 17th, but I'm not sure if it's gonna be that soon. So
I would not think it would be that. That's a really quick.
yeah, I know, I'm
turnaround.
not trying to get over myself. She just wants to know me staying in contact so she can keep that bed available.
Yeah,
So,
that sounds like a really quick turnaround, sir. Even just getting, yeah, I would not guess the
okay,
17th. And I don't know what the board will do, but just so you know, I would not depend on the 17th, okay?
okay, yeah,
Any other closing comments or questions, sir?
no,
Well, I appreciate you coming to this hearing. We'll go ahead and conclude.
okay, thank you.
Hello, hello. Buenos dias. And today we are live, and we're going to be taking a look at border parole hearings in the state of Utah. All right, looks like we have our next gentleman coming on. And there we go.
All right, we are on the record. Today's the time and place set for a parole violation original hearing for Mr. Anthony Huller, offender number 202782. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. As this is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Yes.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Yes.
Are there any errors or corrections I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before we begin today?
No.
So just to kind of tell you how today's going to go, sir, I'm going to go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. I'm going to go over your most recent offense. I'm going to go over the allegations contained in the warrant. I need an admit, deny, or no contest to each one of them based on the rights. I'll tell you this. I'll tell you the rights associated with each one of those. We'll go over any background questions I have, institutional behavior and programming, if you were released, what that would look like. And then at the end of the hearing, if you have further questions or comments, let me know, okay? So it looks like a parole violation hearing occurred in November of last year. The board noted your denials to allegations 1 through 2, took judicial notice of pending case 231903112 related to allegations 7 through 12, and set a paper review. At the paper review, another paper review is scheduled, and a scheduling review in June of this year, a parole violation original hearing was ordered. For now, the board affirmed the notice of the prior denials. Does that sound procedurally correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay. In regards to your new offense, I show case 231903112. I show on September 26, 2023, officers at Nuke executed a BOP warrant. Mr. Huller, when ordered, he refused to submit to restraints. Officers had to use physical force. He became physically aggressive and would not comply. He assaulted officers. After he was placed in custody, he said he wanted medical. He was seated on a bench and continued to verbally antagonize the officers while they waited for the medical to arrive. He made comments such as, quote, "Fuck you, take these cuffs off so we can go round 2, unquote. Medical units arrived and asked if he needed any treatment. He replied, quote, "No, I don't need any medical. I was just going to waste your time," paraphrasing. Just prior to closing the door, he surged forward and slammed his head against the plastic barrier. He pulled
What
back and
the
a bruise
what?
instantly appeared. Is that is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Anything you want to say about the offense? So obviously, this is a pretty violent reaction, right? So what was going on with this? Why do you think you were in such an agitated state, it appears?
Well, one, I was high at the time,
High on what?
Suboxone. Two, I was having a panic attack and anxiety attack at the same time,
Oh, those are
and
the
I
worst.
just flipped out.
Why do you think you were having, is there something that triggered these attacks?
He
I
kind of
don't
looks
know.
like he
It was
doesn't
just
care.
happening at the time. So
Well, sir, so obviously part of this hearing is to talk about the offense, but it's to talk about how things are the same or different moving forward. And you're talking about, being, having these attacks, and I'm wondering how you plan on dealing with that moving forward.
right now I'm trying to get on meds, but they won't put me on anything because of what I'm taking for the next 3 months. So they don't want to do anything with medication that'll upset that. Because right now I'm on the Hep C treatment and they don't want anything to interfere.
You're on the what? I'm sorry.
The Hep C treatment. And I just started like a week ago, so they don't want to do anything that'll upset that or interact bad with it.
Do you mind getting a little closer to the microphone, sir? Just make sure I'm hearing you. Okay.
Yeah, please.
And I'm making notes of everything you're saying. I just don't want you to think I'm not listening. Okay.
I'm listening.
So had you been using for a long time when this offense occurred?
Yes.
Okay. How long had you been using?
Before the incident happened, maybe like 3 months.
All right, so I might have some more questions about the offense, but I want to make sure to get the allegations contained in the warrant. So I need an admit, deny, or no contest to the 12 allegations. If you plead admit or no contest, I want you to understand the rights that you're waiving. You're waiving your right to have the state prove in an evidentiary hearing by a preponderance of the evidence standard, the allegations they maintain. They would have the ability to bring witnesses and exhibits. You would have a right to cross-examine them. You have a right to bring your own witnesses and exhibits. If there were any unadjudicated criminal charges, you could remain silent. The board can make an inference from your silence. You would also have the right and be appointed an attorney. Do you understand if you plead admit or no contest to any or all of these allegations that you're waiving those rights, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Number one, by having failed to comply with your parole agreement or case action plan. Admit, deny, or no contest.
Admit.
Number two, by having used marijuana on or about September 25th, 2023.
Admit.
By having used Suboxone on or about September 25th, 2023.
Admit.
Number four, by having used, possessed, consumed, or had access to alcoholic beverages on or about September 25th, 2023.
Admit.
Number five, by having patronized or frequented any establishment or place of business where alcohol is the chief or major item of order or consumption on or about September 25th, 2023.
Admit.
Number six, by having failed to complete a halfway house stabilization as ordered.
Admit.
Number seven, by having committed a new criminal offense, assault against a peace officer on or about September 26th, 2023.
Admit.
Number eight, by having committed a new criminal offense, assault against a peace officer on or about September 26th, 2023.
Admit.
And just so you know, these are going to be repeating, based on the number of people you assaulted. Number nine, by having committed a new criminal offense of assault against a peace officer on or about September 26th, 2023.
Admit.
Number 10, by having committed a new criminal offense, assault against a peace officer on or about September 26th, 2023.
Admit.
Number 11, by having committed a new criminal offense, assault against peace officer on or about September 26th, 2023.
Admit.
And last one, sir, by having committed a new criminal offense of interference with arresting officer on or about September 26th, 2023.
Admit.
All right, sir, I will take your pleas. I will take judicial notice of the new case and revoke your prior parole. So it sounds like you were drinking on your last parole, is that right?
Well, it's this is a board of parole hearing.
Were you having trouble
he's already
with substances throughout your
He's
parole?
not gonna beat
I
those.
show it was about 4 months.
Yeah.
So, and you said you were using for about 3 months. So it
Yeah.
sounds pretty quickly that you started using again, right?
Yeah.
So tell me what happened there.
I don't know. I just decided to start using it
Okay.
because I was trying to get on the Suboxone clinic and he kind of wouldn't let me go. So I just
Who was
decided
they?
my parole officer. So I decided just to get it on my own. So, which was not a good choice, but obviously.
So were you using during your sex events?
What? Oh,
I haven't had
Oh,
a sex
bad.
offense since 2011.
But I'm still asking, were you using during that?
No.
Okay. So,
I never even used drugs or hardcore drugs like even Suboxone or meth or heroin until I got to prison.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! We're on TikTok.
Ever.
You can't use that type of language right here.
So
okay.
I was like,
So in your board packet, in regarding substance use, you wrote none. So I guess that's why I'm confused, because you're talking a lot about using substances on your parole, but you said
Right.
none in your board packet. So can you clarify that for me?
I don't count it, me personally, as using it if I was on Suboxone clinic, but I never really got approved for that. But that's what I was using it for. You know what I mean? So I was supposed to be on Suboxone clinic. But
What
it just
about the
never-
alcohol and you said meth and heroin and,
I don't use, I
Whoa,
didn't
that's
use
a
meth or
cocktail.
heroin this time. I drank one beer and then they caught me on that. So I wouldn't count that as using. It was mostly the Suboxone.
okay, obviously, I'm trying to get in some insight into your risks because this is an assault.
Right.
And you're saying, yeah, I use substances, but not really. So what do you think contributed to the assault? What do you think your risks are?
Yeah, I want to know too.
Oh,
Okay.
honestly,
Do you think you have an anger issue?
no,
Why not?
because I'm deal with everything fine, really, except this.
Yeah, just that one
And
time.
this was just,
Just
well,
lost my temper.
more agitating than anything because I think they could have handled it better and I could have handled it better, but obviously it's my fault anyway. So
Shh, come
that
on
it happened in
now.
the first place. But,
Because I show prior assaults in your criminal history. This isn't your
Right.
first.
right.
It was their fault,
So
not mine.
any insight into that?
Inside, yep. No comment. Man, I wish I had that sounds for cricket.
All right. How's your mental health, sir?
It's okay.
Are you currently taking any mental health medication? Or you
Heard
said
that
you were on
before.
that one medication, which you're not allowed to take other stuff, right?
Yeah.
The silence is
You,
loud.
but it sounded like you wanted to take other
Yeah.
stuff.
Definitely gonna
what
have to
are-
get the
what are you
cricket
hoping?
sound.
I'm sorry.
Lamictal,
Mhm.
lamotrigine
Yeah.
is what I was supposed to be on, and lithium.
Oh, ooh,
Okay.
oof, those are some hot meds.
Because technically they've diagnosed me with border personality disorder and manic depressive.
Oh, yeah, those.
Thank
are
you for
some,
sharing that.
Some heavy duty meds
Um,
right there.
You mentioned the panic attacks. Is that something that's recent?
No.
Have you had them always?
Yes. Especially because of the claustrophobia and everything else, but it's just, I don't know. I don't like big crowds at all. Even at work, I don't like it. So makes my anxiety go up way too much.
Okay. I would note that you have no disciplinary violations, which is really good. But I am concerned,
Or-
sir. I'm sorry,
And I don't have any dirty UAs.
and that's
so-
good. But I show 7 paroles, right?
I think it's 8,
So,
honestly. But
so,
yeah,
and I'm trying to figure out what can help you. And I feel like you're not, you're saying that you didn't, nothing, substance use is an issue, anger isn't an issue.
no.
Anyways, you've had assaults and a sex offense, so I'm just trying to figure out what can help you moving forward. Because if these things don't occur,
Right.
right, it's good for you, it's good for the community.
Right.
So I'm trying to get some insight and I just don't feel like I'm getting any.
Yeah. Because the only thing that would really help is a termination or an expiration. That's about
And
it.
why would that help?
So then I don't have to deal with parole. Because I don't want to be on parole. I've told them this all 7 times. I don't want parole. I want termination or expiration. That's it. I don't want to deal with it. I want to move out of Utah. Like, I'm good. Like,
Do you see assaults happening moving forward, even if you
No.
were given a termination and why not? Why would that make a difference?
because then I feel like I wouldn't have to deal with parole officers or any of the legal system. Like, I just don't want to deal with it anymore.
So
I already gave you since 2011. I'm good. Like, that's 18 years if they give me an expiration. You know what I mean?
so I show your expiration is September 25th, 2018, assuming no other offenses. So are you telling me you will refuse parole?
I wouldn't refuse it, but honestly, I'd rather have a termination or expiration. Because the guideline is what, 2 more years from now? Like between 2 and 4.
April 26, 2026.
Yeah, that's like 2 years or 4 years, so. You know what I mean? Like 2 years isn't that much long in this place. And you've done since 2011. So,
Okay.
like,
Do you think there's any programming, anything that could assist you?
no.
Okay. All right, so those are, in regards to where you would live, I show, you wrote not applicable in Salt Lake or work in buildings. So what did you mean by that?
We make like, where do I live? I
Yeah.
lived at the halfway house because they wouldn't approve
No,
my
no, no.
address.
If you were released right now.
Oh, if I was released right now,
Under a
I'd probably
freeway?
either live with my friend Nicole or go to the homeless shelter in Ogden.
So you talked about wanting to go out of state.
hmm
Where do you want to go?
I have family in Denver. I have family in Wyoming. I have family in California. I have family in Maine.
So anyone in particular, or you're just gonna decide at some point?
I'm just gonna decide at one point. Cause I've been keeping in contact with my brother and everything, so he kind of wants me to go up there, but I don't have the money for a ticket, but he'll pay for one.
And where is that,
Maine.
Wyoming? Oh, Maine?
So,
Okay, sir. So those are all my questions. From here, I usually go over the guideline and the expiration, but we kind of already went over those. So I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. Should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Your family members, your friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video, you can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post it on our website. Still takes some time, but it's faster on the website than the mail, and someone can tell you what that decision is. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board?
just that I'd like to say that I want a termination or expiration, that's it. Like, gave you since 2011. I've asked for termination pretty much every single time, and you guys won't give it to me. So maybe this time you guys will after 8 times.
So I want you to understand the board decides. So they'll decide what happens moving forward, just so you're aware. All right, well, I made notes of everything we've talked about. Thank you for coming to this hearing.
Man, that's a trip. He's not gonna get that. They're not gonna. Of course, they're gonna put him back on supervision. That's mandatory. No way they're gonna let a guy out like that. Talking about he's not gonna assault anybody else. Come on now. You're not fooling anybody, especially the board of parole. You know, that's how they deal with all day, every day. You know, I came across this stream yesterday, and it was just like nonstop all day yesterday. And a lot of the people that come in, you know, they're not ready to, you know, to be released into society, especially with some of those things that they've been convicted of. I was definitely tripping out on how many SOs, you know, went in front of the board yesterday. One of the reasons that I am doing these streams is so I could get better insight as far as, you know, what happens in these board of parole hearings, and also to, you know, help family members understand also, you know, what their loved ones are going through when they go in front of this board of parole, or any board of parole, because I'm sure they ask similar questions. Doesn't matter in the state that you're in, they definitely want some insight as far as if you're connecting the dots. So right now we're waiting for the next hearing to start. They do this from time to time, but it's relatively quickly when they have the next person coming on. Hey, Des, appreciate the support. I believe today we're gonna be having Felipe coming on sometime later on in the day. So for anybody that's new, make sure you tap in if you have the time to spare. I see Dylan's back. Appreciate that, Dylan. Sandy also. appreciate you guys sticking by. Jaslyn, Gilbert, Alyssa. Yeah, it is. It's definitely interesting. I had thought about doing this a while back, and I never got around to doing it. So a few days ago, I had some free time on my hands, and I started looking up states that you could watch.
All right,
these,
we are on the record. Today's the time and place set for an original hearing for Mr. Juan Aguilera,
Juan
offender number
Aguilera.
253570. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
My name is Kelly
25370, I
Perry.
think she
I'm a
said.
hearing officer with
Juan
the Board of
Aguilera.
Pardons and Parole. And I'll be conducting your hearing today. As is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your
All
right
I'm gonna have to
hand.
Pull up his,
Do you swear or
rap sheet.
affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Did you oh, you can put your hand down now, sir. Did you receive a 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Juan. Yep.
And did
got
you have a chance to review that?
Yes.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Yes.
Are there any errors or corrections I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before we begin today?
it.
No.
Okay. So just to kind of tell you how today's going to go, I'm going to go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. I'm going to go over your offenses. We'll go over any background questions I have, institutional behavior and programming, if you were released, what that would look like. And then if you have any closing comments or questions, let me know at the end of the hearing, okay?
Okay.
So it looks like a special attention happened in August of 2022 where the board continued the hearing till now. They noted prior to this hearing that they expected you to complete all recommended residential substance use treatment and remain case action plan compliant. An earned time credit decision in August of this year, it was noted that you completed Conquest. Does that sound procedurally correct, sir?
Correct.
Okay. In regards to your offenses, I show case 2119-01784. I show on July 19, 2021, officers responded to a vehicle burglary. The victim had caught Mr. Aguilera inside his vehicle with his property in his hands. Multiple witnesses saw Mr. Aguilera in the vehicle. He assaulted the owner of the vehicle along with a separate citizen attempting to stop him. There were obvious injuries on both victims. Mr. Aguilera had all the property missing from the victim's vehicle and made the claim the victim was, quote, setting him up, unquote. They did not know each other.
I hate when
Is that correct, sir?
happens.
Correct.
Anything you want to say about the offense?
No.
So, did you know these individuals?
No.
Were you using at the time?
Yes.
What were you using?
Crystal meth.
Oh, come on.
Okay. Is there anything you want to say about victim impact or victim empathy? It sounds like both of these individuals were injured. Meaning like if this is being live streamed, sir, I don't know if the victims are listening or not, but if they
TikTok
were
is
listening, is there anything you'd like to say?
No. I'm okay. Thank you.
Do you think you handled this situation appropriately? Do you think what you did was, what do you think of what happened that day?
The day of the assault.
Yeah.
I was under the influence at that time, and this gentleman said that in a report that I was hurting him and his wife, but I didn't.
So you
I-
say you did not assault these people?
Not at all. Actually, he had me like this because I had a back injury, and I was with my hands closed like that. He was forcing me against on the ground close to a tire of a
How
van,
dare he?
and
How dare he, the
and
scoundrel?
just by being like that, I couldn't even move. And I told him, you're hurting me. You already called the police.
Why did he have his hands around you?
Because I had taken a pack of cigarettes from his vehicle and 2 cables, phone cables.
So you were stealing from his car
Yes, I was
and he was trying to stop you. Is that right?
correct.
Come on, Juan.
Okay, next case, sir, 2119-01783. I show on July 19, 2021, officers arrived on scene at Metro Recyclers regarding a trespass. The complainant reported a male, Mr. Aguilera, was walking around the warehouse. The officer walked with the employee and saw him. The officer asked him what he was doing there, and he responded he was looking for a hospital. The officer asked him how he got inside the premises, and he responded he jumped the fence. The fence was barbed wire. On his person, he had a knife and a black glove. The officer asked him where he got those items. The employee who accompanied the officer said they belonged to the Metro Recyclers property. Is that correct? sir?
That's correct.
Anything you want to say about that offense?
One
No.
has a
Were you
sticky
using during that time
fingers.
too?
Yes,
What were you using, sir?
crystal meth.
All
right, sir, so-
What?
It seems like there is, that substances have in some way contributed to these offenses. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's safe
So
to
what's your
say.
current attitude towards substances?
I love him. I love him.
I'm free of substances now. I have learned my lesson, and I'm ready to stop for the rest of my life, not use drugs anymore.
Why do you think things have changed?
Because I have a lot of information that I have learned from this place. In the classes that I had, I've learned about emotions, feelings, thought stopping, and basically coping with any situation, with coping in a certain way that I cannot go back to drugs. I'm not gonna go back to doing drugs.
And because I show multiple convictions out of California, right? You have
Yes.
kind of a lengthy criminal history. So you're talking about change now, which is good, but what do you think, why do you think those offenses happened? And why is things the same or different moving forward?
Because I was divorced. I got divorced, and at that time,
Is
I
this
was
real?
not
My
me.
board date
and
was in
then
broadcast.
What do you mean you were
It
not?
all depends
I
on the
was
state. With certain states,
crying. I
they
was
broadcast it, and Utah's one of them.
feeling really bad.
So
and
far, I've been
because
able
of
to
that,
find
I
5
started
different
doing
states that do
drug.
broadcast
I didn't know
their
the
board meetings. And this is live. This is not
intensity in which I was
pre-recorded.
going to be
This is actually happening in real
helped
time.
with that
I did time in Utah.
drug.
Yeah, they.
But
I'm not sure
I started doing
how
the
long they've
drug
been
when I was
broadcasting it for,
44
but
after my divorce,
this is real.
and that's how everything started. I was a clean person and everything, and that's how it happened.
Maybe it depends
So
on the
then,
prison that
so
you
now
were at.
how are the things the same or different moving forward?
It's different completely.
And-
I can see myself from another
Let me borrow a
perspective
soap. I got you right here.
and feeling
How many you need?
sec-
I only got chicken.
sure
I don't
that
have chili
am
lime
not,
though.
I'm not gonna use drugs, and I'm not gonna mess with people at all.
Had mine
And
2019.
I would note you
Yeah,
did
nah, I don't
complete
think so.
conquest
I
as
think this
noted
happened
at the
after
beginning of this hearing. So what did you think of that
after
program?
COVID.
It's amazing.
That's good.
It's amazing.
Two,
Like
got
I
you
said,
right
I have learned the tools
Got
to
the 2 right there.
be able to.
Can you tell me about those tools that you learned?
The tools are like I was saying, thought stopping. I have problem with focusing and forgetting things.
Oh, shit, I forget
And-
things all the
and-
time.
Every time I think about something, it was about my past and during the drug addiction. And I see that
Saca la
I
bolsita.
learn how to work with the thought stopping, and I learned how to react when I feel down or when I'm excited and distressed or with anxiety. I have learned that there are ways to by changing thought. It will help me feel better.
Good.
Yeah.
Sounds like you've thought about it, which is really good.
Yes. Yes. I'm very happy that I had all that information. Otherwise, I don't think I would have been able to think.
Had you done treatment before? Or is this your first time doing treatment?
No, it's my second time. I was doing treatment back in Los Angeles, California.
The 213.
And so why do you think this one's different than that one? Or are they the same?
No, because I have more time to also get better, and see the reality of things. Because I remember when I barely got incarcerated, I 3 months later, I thought I was clean. but I was not because I kept on hearing voices and stuff like that. So I was not doing well 3
You said
months
you were hearing voices. Was that because of the drugs or because?
because of the drugs.
Don't say that on TikTok, man. Come on, you're gonna get us booted off.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding, sir.
Yes,
Can
thank
you
you.
guys?
How's your
please?
mental health?
Uh, I have anxiety and I feel stressed, but I feel almost normal thanks to the medication I'm taking.
It's good. What are you taking, sir?
I'm taking sertraline and Zoloft.
Oh, hot meds.
And how are they helping?
Yes, they are.
Do you plan on continuing them moving forward?
I was told once in my prior offense that I'm gonna have to stay with it for the rest of my life. And if that's so, that I'll do that. And that's what I'm gonna do.
All right, sir. And I think the pre-sentence investigation noted some physical health issues. Do you have some physical health issues? as
Yes,
well?
I have a pacemaker. I have back surgery and the in hypoglycemia. Yeah,
Does that affect your ability to be employed? I'm just asking so I understand, that if you're paroled, you're not given certain
Thank you, boss, for
conditions,
the
which
follow.
are
Highly
you
appreciate it.
physically are incapable of doing.
no, I'm capable of doing everything. Yes.
All right, sir. I
Thank you,
do show
Michelle, for
I
liking the
do show
live.
two
Highly appreciate
disciplinaries,
it.
but I show none since April of 2023. So that's about a year and a half. So that's really good. Why do you think you initially had disciplinaries and now there's none?
Because it was a mistake. I was coming from Pill Line, and it was on I lived on the third floor. When I got up on the floor, there was two individuals hitting another guy, and at that time they stopped and they left. This guy was bleeding, and I saw toilet paper, and I was unrolling it to give it to him, and at that time some voice on the I come came out and said, if you are
That is true,
uh,
Lisa.
in the premises
I mean,
with
the
the
state takes on
problems,
that
you're gonna
responsibility,
be
so
responsible as
it's only
well.
right.
And so at that time, I told the gentleman, I said, I gotta go. Sorry, I cannot help you. And
It sounds like you were told to like rack in.
the guy, yeah, they told us to rack in and help. And she said that it was 3 times she said that, but it was only one. Maybe I was late to when she said it the first and the second time. But and so she found me guilty, which I considered I was not guilty at all.
U.S.
But
Army, hey, thank you for the follow. Highly
I
appreciate
had
it.
to go with the
Lisa,
flow.
also, thank you. Highly appreciate the follow.
Sir, I show a detainer. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes,
Okay, so I show that you'd like to live with your brother in Mexico according to your board packet and work as a forklift operator. Is that still the plan?
Yes.
Vámonos.
Okay. And I'm just making a note of everything we've been talking about today.
thank you.
All right, sir. So if you're paroled, 5 years from now, how do you see success for yourself?
Success. I'm gonna be clean. That's the first thing. I'm gonna be clean, and I'm gonna be working. Um, I have the necessity to work, even though I'm 59 years old. I still feel strong to work, and I have to work to not to show myself, to show my daughters
Booming.
that I
Tell
can
them.
do it, and I want to die clean. So it's a perfect timing for me to stop all drugs and problems in my country.
Sounds like you've thought about it. Sounds like you got motivation, so that's good.
Yes.
All right, sir, those are all of my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's
What?
the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Your family members, your friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, it's posted on the website. This will take some time. It's not immediate, but it's faster on the website than the mail, so someone can look that decision up for you. I show your guidelines, sir, is 44 months or March 18th, 2025. Easiest way to think of that is a suggestion. The board can go below that date, above that date, same date they ultimately decide. It's based on a number of factors, obviously, one of them being your offenses, and that's how it's calculated. The expiration of your sentence, meaning longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, is
Hell,
July 19th,
Beaner,
2036.
gracias for the
Do you have any
follow. Highly
closing comments
appreciate
or
it.
questions for myself or for the board, sir?
No,
Okay, well, I appreciate you attending this hearing. I made notes of everything you've said. We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you.
thank you for everything.
All right. So for anybody who's interested, these are actually live. They're happening in real time. And I wasn't even aware that I thought she was a board member. So she just types up her notes or whatever, shoots that to the board members, and then from there they decide whether he's found suitable, to go home or not. That's interesting. I just started watching these yesterday, so I'm new. I wanted to try something new. Normally, I have interviews from either from incarcerated individuals, formerly incarcerated individuals. So today, or yesterday, pretty much I want to get a clear understanding of exactly what is that they ask incarcerated individuals, when they do go in front of the parole board, and what are the what are their answers? Let me see. Danielle, they will parole him to another country. Nah, not well. Not. I mean, I don't know anybody that's ever been paroled from Utah, but shit. If he paroles, he could abscond and bounce. Unless they parole him without having to be on parole. If they terminate his parole, I know other states they do that. That's a thing. California. I don't think I've ever met anybody that got out after serving their sentence without any type of tail or any type of parole. So if anybody's in here from parole, I mean from Utah, if they could shed some light on as far as how Utah works, we would definitely appreciate it. And let me see, Danielle writes, so they could use that against him not having a place. Yeah, they possibly can. Yeah. It's you know what? It's funny. I had somebody that actually they paroled from California, and they interstate compacted out to Utah, and he said that they don't offer as many programs or entry programs as they do like California. And I have that. If you want to check out that interview, you could go ahead and check us out on what was that? You could check us out on YouTube. Did my system just go down, or is it still going? Anyhow, I appreciate any new follows or likes. This is being streamed live, so right now we're just waiting for them to reconvene, if you will. And gracias Manuel for the follow, highly appreciated. Alvarez Junior 5, gracias. Is easier from Los Angeles, California. Yeah, and LA. Yeah, I know LA has a lot of resources. They got the halfway houses. They got what do they have? The Amity House. I know that helps out with. I think they also have a reentry house. They also help out with clothing. There's ARC. So there's numerous organizations out here in San Diego. Yeah, they got some in San Diego too. Like I mentioned, a moment ago, we had somebody, we had Dylan that paroled from Centinela State Prison. He paroled to Utah, and he actually goes to school out in San Diego. Lucas, gracias, highly appreciate that follow. All right, so right now we're just waiting. We'll see who's coming up next. It's a surprise, so I don't know who's coming up. It's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get, pretty much. Anyhow, let me see. Out here in San Diego, that's right. The SD. Got to go ahead and do one of these for San Diego. Hopefully it's not too loud, and hopefully we didn't wake Abuelita up, because that'll be all bad. Anyhow. So for anybody that's interested, there's a few different states that do offer these live board of parole hearings. You know what? And I should probably, right now that we're waiting, maybe we should swap it around. Hi from Fresno. That's right, Jaslyn. Represent. Gotta go ahead and do one of these for Fresno. All right, looks like they're coming back.
The hearing,
Yeah, I got hearing aids.
do you need headphones?
No, I have hearing
I
aids.
have
in.
to
Okay.
transfer from San Diego to LA. Lisa. how were the resources?
All right, we are on the record.
from,
Today's the time and place
compared,
set for a
from-
rehearing for
from San
Mr.
Diego
Cody
to LA?
Higley, offender number 125065. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing
Shit, I didn't
officer with
catch
the
his
Board
n-
of
his
Pardons and
number
Parole,
or
and I'll
his
be
name.
conducting your hearing today. As is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I
Yes,
do.
ma'am.
Okay. Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
I did.
And did you have a chance to review that?
Yes, I did.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Absolutely.
Okay. Are there any errors or corrections I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before we begin today?
Not that I noticed.
Okay. So just to kind of tell you how today's going to go, sir, I'm going to go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. I'm not going to go over your offenses individually, but I'll ask if you have any comments. We'll go over the psychological review. We'll go over any background questions I have. If you were released, what that would look like. And then at the end of the hearing, if you have further questions or comments, let me know, okay?
Okay.
So it looks like a special attention happened in November of last year, where it's noted that you were under investigation for criminal conduct related to controlled substances within a correctional facility. In a special attention of July of this year, it was noted that you pled guilty in case number 241900528 to distribution of a controlled substance. At the original hearing, a rehearing was ordered for now a psychological review and a program of residential substance use treatment. The board noted no restitution claims in cases 20190054, 2217-00374, 2117-00128, and 2419-00528.
Damn.
Does that sound procedurally correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have any comments about your offenses?
Not really. I know stupid behavior has got me to where I'm at, like, my circumstances of being, unable to, put myself in a position where I could change my behaviors, ultimately led me here.
When you say stupid behaviors, what do you think those stupid behaviors are?
Using drugs and, committing the offenses that I have, especially, failure to stop at the command of an officer. Not only put my own life in jeopardy, but my passengers as well as other people that was on the road, which was really stupid. Most of my behavior has been because I was intoxicated on methamphetamines or other substances. I know my irrational behaviors led me to where I'm at. And I put in to go to the Other Side Academy, which is, I believe, the place that I need to be that will actually help me be able to correct them behaviors and show me, and give me the opportunity to change my life by providing me with the resources and the place that I need to be able to correct my behaviors.
And have you ever been there before?
I have not. I've not done any type of residential substance abuse treatment or any other program besides here in prison when I did, participated in the whole program, so.
And I'm making notes of everything you're saying. I don't want you to think I'm not listening.
You're good.
All right. So one of the main things about this hearing is that psychological review. Do
Yes.
you remember meeting with Dr. Peck?
Yes, I do.
Before I get into specifics of it, what'd you think of it?
At first I thought it was because I quit taking my medication, which just I want on record, everything that I've done mental health wise has all been at my request. My medications, seeing the mental health doctors and stuff, that has all been at my request. Tried to maybe change the way that I feel. When ultimately I quit taking my medications last year, it was on my own because I just didn't think that they were helping. Actually,
this is live. Yes, it is.
I actually feel better without my medications. I know how to utilize mental health therapy and stuff like that if I absolutely need it. So
Is
that's what I
this,
believe
Utah
that
State
the
Prison? Let me
mental
double
health
check. I'll check
review
right now
was
what,
for. And then he asked me specific questions that led me to believe that it might not have been just
So
for
this
my,
is
for
Salt
me
Lake
stopping
City,
my medications.
USCF.
So,
I'm not
So
sure
wh-
if that
what-
if that it,
Can you
if
expand on that? What do you mean by that?
with you guys already know my background, my abuse history, my substance abuse history. He told me that, he said that the main reasons, one of the main reasons was my,
Yeah, the new prison.
institutional behavior of my
Yeah, thank
write-ups
you,
of
Manny.
having all these
Gracias.
write-ups, but they were all dismissed. But one, which was modified,
Board
which
hearings
was
from the
because
new
they were
facility.
dismissed because I wasn't guilty of them. I didn't do the offenses that was um, that I was charged with, and, the one that was reduced, which I kind of did have a problem with because it was actually a cellie of mine that was trying to make alcohol, and I told him not to have it in our cell, and he hid it in his box. I didn't even know he had it, and they charged me with it anyways. And they reduced it just because I was in the room with it, which was, I
That's
kind
pretty
of felt was
gaucho that
unfair,
the
but there was
city didn't
nothing.
take
I put a challenge in for it, and they told me that
He
it
didn't
was
take the hit if it
justified
wasn't
because
his.
whatever reason they felt like it was justified, even though I told them not to, and he even told them that it wasn't me.
Oh,
And I told him that, but it is what it is. I'm not gonna dwell on it. I mean, I can't change it. The refusal that I had, was because, like I stated in my last, hearing, that, I just barely got done using the bathroom. They never offered me a strip cell or anything like that to go to. They just flat out said that I refused, so. On all my other offenses, I was found not guilty because I didn't do them. And then he also stated that, the other major reasons why I was in there was because you guys wanted to know about my gang affiliation. I'd like to state now that I'm not in a gang. They have me marked as an active white supremacist based on the fact that I have white pride on my back, which they consider a political tattoo. Other than that, I have no swastikas, no iron crosses, or anything else on my body that would make a political statement that, I'm in part of a gang. They also have me marked as a active white supremacist because I refuse to live with anybody outside my race, and I also refuse to live with sex offenders, based upon me being in prison as long as I have, off and on, and as long as I have. It's a violent place to be here in prison. It's violent. I made a choice a long time ago to, associate with certain people, that's led me to be categorized as a gang member. But I don't answer to nobody. I don't go around stabbing people. I don't commit violence here while I'm in prison. I haven't participated in any gang activity since I've been here. Yes, I do work out with them. That's, at my convenience, and technically, if anything violent happened between the whites and other races, I would be expected to be there, or it puts myself in jeopardy. But I'm not a part of the gang. I don't answer to these guys, and I don't participate or believe in a lot of things that they believe in.
So what I'm having trouble with a little bit is you're saying that you don't have to adhere to them or listen to what they have to say, but then you're also saying if something were violent to happen, that you would have to do something. So
So I know it's kind of a catch-22. So like, when you're in a gang, whatever reasons that they feel like other white people that they choose to initiate into their gangs, or they don't want them no more, they stab them out. And I don't participate in that.
Why
That's not
would you
me. Like,
even
whatever they do that's all on
say
them.
that in your body.
Being in prison, it's a political place, racial, and
understand the
it's
life
racial,
behind that.
whether
She don't
people want to
understand
see
the
it that
life.
way
Yeah,
or not.
that's right.
And if something racial was to happen and I wasn't to be there to watch out for the other white people, I'd be put myself in jeopardy because I'd be
You just
stabbed
put yourself
by
in
the
jeopardy
whites
of not coming
for
home.
not protecting the whites. I know it's kind of a catch-22, but other than that, I don't participate. I'm not a violent person. I don't have any violence on my record here.
do
Like-
you see your perspective being an issue on parole of causing violence?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. That's another reason why I'm actually really excited to go participate in the Other Side Academy. I've been wanting to change my life for a long time. I just haven't had the resources or the means
Catch
to
22.
go into a place where I don't have to worry about daily
describe
living
it.
as soon as I
Mandatory for
get
him, yup.
put on the streets. I don't have to worry about rent and bills and the stress of getting a job and doing all that. The Other Side Academy, I know, is going to help me do that. They help me build my life. They're going to help me build my life. So I have a life. And so I'm ready to be on my own. So I have a place to live and have a job that I've had more than 2-3 months at a time. And that, I'm able to pay my own bills. And I know that they're going to help me be able to do all this. And I'm excited about it. I've pretty much cut everybody out of my life being here this time. I quit calling everybody, I quit talking to everybody, because that is my plan. And I know that the only way I'm going to succeed in that program is to not
US
try to
Army,
contact
thanks
anybody
for
from my
streaming this,
past. The
my
only
friend.
person
Hey,
that I
highly
talk to now
appreciate
is
it.
my dad. And it's actually, he actually sees a difference in me
Hearing
that
set
he's willing to
for
talk to me. He never has
2026,
been in the past.
damn.
Like, this is the first time I've had a relationship with my dad in
Pushing
25
that
years.
knife on him. Yeah.
And because he can see that I'm actually changing things in myself to be able to make it in society.
Some of the other things that Dr. Peck did was he provided some diagnoses and some recommendations. What did you think of those diagnoses and recommendations?
Yes, I've had problems with depression and anxiety. That's been my major issues. That's a big reason why I go back to using. I've learned this time being down to deal with them problems on my own, so I'm not chemically dependent. I can't remember quite what recommendations. Yes, the Other Side Academy,
He recommended residential substance use treatment and groups pertaining to criminal thinking and thinking errors.
yeah, and all that will be handled at the program.
So you agree with those
Yeah,
recommendations?
yeah, absolutely. So I'm not sure how it works, but I know that the Other Side Academy, and I actually stopped taking my medications before them, but they don't allow people to be there that are
Princess A, thank you for
that
the
have
follow.
them
Highly
kind of issues.
appreciate it.
So, but they do address them issues automatically in their program with the classes and stuff that they have there. So, yeah, absolutely. I will benefit from the long-term substance abuse treatment. The reason why I've never participated in one, like I said before, is that the other ones just haven't been long enough for me or provided the
Thank you for sharing
resources
that.
to be able to actually change my life instead of
Lucas.
just completing the program and then going right back to the similar situation that I was in.
Have you done any programming while in prison?
I'm not from lack of trying. It's really difficult to participate in the programs that they have or the classes that they have here. I don't know, there's been an issue on my tablet that I'm not receiving a lot of messages. I've been trying to correct that. I've been talking to my caseworker. I guess they've signed me up for inside out dad. I don't know why. I'm not a father that requires me to be in parental classes. So that's the only one that it's actually contacted me and let me know that I was going to be signed up.
Because the board wanted you to do residential substance use treatment in prison. Have you tried to get into Conquest or anything in here?
That's on a waiting list. It's all on them.
So you're on a wait list.
It's whenever they decide to take us.
And I know that the wait lists are.
Yeah.
can be-
In all honesty, being the programs and the program and the classes and stuff that you guys have here in prison really isn't going to be very beneficial to me. I've already done the HOPE program, completed it. It didn't do much for me. And is in the fact of like, it never stopped me from using, it's never stopped me from wanting to use. And I'm not saying that the Other Side Academy is going to. I don't want to use, but like I said before, I get released. It doesn't matter if I go to one program in here and then be released, I'm right back in the same situation that I was in. I'm still going to use. And that's why I'm excited to go to the Other Side Academy, is because it gives me the substance abuse treatment. It gives me the life lessons that I need to be able to build a life while doing a program. So
And I wouldn't, it's a 2-year program, right, sir? So even I think more than that.
it's actually a 30-month program. I'm actually going to do they have a 3-year option to do it for 3 years. And that's what I've talked to them about participating, is for the full 3 years.
Okay.
So that's my plan when I leave here. So.
All right, sir. Well, I did receive a letter of acceptance from the Other Side Academy, just so you know, and that's part of the file. Those are all my questions, sir. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board.
The other side.
You should get that in writing within 2 to 4
Academy is
weeks.
gr-
Your family
a
members, your
great
friends, anyone
program.
listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post it on our
Palomar,
website. It's
gracias.
not immediate, it still takes some time, but it's faster on the
Lucas,
website than the
nice.
mail. So someone can
Gracias.
tell you what that decision is. I know your guidelines, sir, is 31 months or March 28th, 2025. Just so you know, that's just a suggestion, easiest way to think of it. The board ultimately decides. They can go below that date, above that date, same date, they decide. The expiration of your sentence being the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, April 16th, 2029. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board?
I just like to request that they keep in mind that I am going to do a 3-year program when they do my sentencing. I understand that if I get more time, it's justified by my behavior with my stupid acts of while here in prison. So I just like to thank you for your time.
Okay, well, I've made notes of everything you said today. That's what I've been doing. And I appreciate you coming to this hearing. We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you.
Thank you.
What do you guys think? Do you guys think that he should be found suitable for parole? I'll go ahead and give you my 2 cents on that. As of all the individuals that have come on so far, he knew how to answer his questions, but I think he was just a little bit too honest when it came to his participation in prison politics and having to back up his people. Obviously, I mean, everybody knows how prison works, especially if you work in a prison, if you're a correctional officer, staff, or whatever she is. You know, she's a board. I forgot exactly her term. She's not a board member. She just types up her report and she lets them know, you know, what it is. But I mean, prison is not a nice place. So let me see. Mimi, did you see a Joe Nathan Trevino in here today? I'm not sure. I've only been on for about an hour or so. So I'm not sure if Joe was in here. I didn't start catching the names until maybe about like 2 people ago. Let me see. So that's what's up. He might get it home. We'll see. We'll see what it is. Manny writes, facts, big bro. He said too much. It be like that sometimes. Sometimes I think comments like that could definitely you've been in prison. Hell nah. Ooh, prison is a scary place. Nope. No prison for me. Nah, I changed my life before it got to that point. So you know, I was in a crossroad in my life, and I'm new to the channel. Hey user, hey, welcome. Y gracias. Lucas. Yeah, nah, but if you see that LA County jail suit right there, that was mine's. One of the last times that I hit county, so I brought it home with me. Like I said a moment earlier, I changed my life before it got to that point. You know, I saw for what it was, and I wasn't interested in it. So let me see, U.S. Army. I don't think I'll do too well in prison. Hey, you know, some of us won't. Hello, I'm here. Or hello, I'm in Oxnard, California. That's right. 2022. Gracias. Let me see. That's good, big dog. Anyhow, yeah. So you know, this would be my second day actually streaming these border parole hearings. It was just I'm trying to. Good for you, man. Gracias, probably not. I wanted to try something new. You know, normally I do you know, collect calls from individuals that are located in Santa Elena State Prison. This is pretty cool right here to watch. You know what? I was curious on exactly, you know, what kind of questions and what kind of responses incarcerated individuals give whenever they're in front of the parole board, and this will definitely give me some good insight. So normally, you know, in the past, what I've been doing is live phone calls from incarcerated individuals that are located in Santa Elena State Prison. If you're on the TikTok side of it, you might want to go ahead and check out our YouTube page. You're gonna watch another one. Yeah, I'm gonna stay on. I'm gonna be on here for a bit. You know, I got some time to kill. So I believe I'm gonna have a collect call maybe like around 1 o'clock or 2. So you know, whenever I get that call in, then I'll go and switch up the stream and bring on our caller, which would be Felipe, which is also located in Santa Elena State Prison, level 3 in California. But yeah, if you want to go ahead and check out some of those conversations or some of those interviews, check us out on the YouTube site at Collect Call From. on YouTube and check out our playlist. And I think so far we've had like about 20 individuals come on in the last year, share their journey with us. Let me see.
All right,
Lucas
we are
writes,
on the
"Give
record.
me-"
Today's the time and place set for an
Okay, okay,
original hearing for
radio.
Mr. Manuel
Oh,
Diaz, offender
this
number
stuff is live, right? Yeah, it's live. Yeah,
251219.
it's
Is
actually
that you,
happening
sir?
right now.
Yes.
My name is
I'm
Kelly
live, they're
Perry. I'm a
live, we're
hearing
all live.
officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today.
Okay, thank you.
As this is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Did you
Yeah.
receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yeah.
And did you have a chance to review that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any errors or corrections I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before we begin today?
Did
No,
anybody
ma'am.
catch his name?
So just to kind of tell you how today's going to go, I'm going to go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. I'm going to go over your offenses. I'll go over any background questions I have, institutional behavior and programming if you were released, what that would look like.
Let me take
And then
some
at the end of the
notes
hearing,
now.
if you have further questions or
Manuel
comments,
Diaz,
let me know,
gracias.
okay?
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
And do you mind getting a little closer to the microphone? It's being recorded.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure I can hear you. Awesome. So it looks like a scheduling review happened in July of this year where an original hearing was ordered for now. The board returned case 2319-02361 to the sentencing court to determine restitution and send it to the Office of State Debt Collection. No restitution was ordered in the other cases. Does that sound procedurally correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In regards to your first case, I show 2119-00923. I show on April 14, 2021, officers observed a vehicle with no license plate. The driver accelerated and continued to run. The driver turned and continued to increase his speed before parking. Officers activated their lights. The driver turned around towards the patrol vehicle and drove through a neighboring yard. Officers did not pursue. An officer noticed the vehicle and activated their lights. This was due in part to prevent the driver from hitting the police vehicle that was forced to move further to the side of the road. The officer turned around and found the driver had crashed into a tree. The driver exited the vehicle and ran. Although officers ordered the driver to stop, he continued until being tackled. The suspect was handcuffed and walked back to the patrol vehicle. The driver, Mr. Diaz, admitted driving the vehicle and running from officers due to active warrants. Knowing his property was in the vehicle, he reported having fun with officers when he ran and said, quote, "It was my bad. The vehicle wasn't operable." Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you want to say about the offense?
I just feel terrible about it. Now think about it. It's been a couple years since that incident, and I just feel awful about the incident and how much people I could have put in
Manuel Diaz,
danger.
yes.
Yeah, so
If there was people on the road, I would have
How did it go?
caused a lot of people to put in danger, And just now thinking about it, just feel terrible about it.
Definitely has a party in the back.
were you using substances at the time?
No.
So I was going to ask you why you feel terrible, and it sounds like you're saying because obviously you were driving pretty erratically.
Yeah,
Um,
bad.
And obviously that creates a community safety risk, right? Anybody, pedestrian, car, anybody that's on the road could, and the board's seen it where they could either be severely injured or die, right, from these injuries. So,
Don't say that.
yeah, I appreciate you talking about that. All right, next case, sir, 2219-00809. I show on November 4th, 2021, an officer observed a vehicle approaching from behind at a high rate of speed, 40 miles an hour in a 25-mile-an-hour zone. The officer made a U-turn to locate the vehicle where it was parked in the middle of the road. 2 males ran out. The owner was unaware the vehicle had been taken. CSI was contacted to process the vehicle. Bag was found, which had multiple IDs with Mr. Diaz's information, stolen handguns, and several bullets. The handgun was stolen. On March 10th of that year, a detective contacted Mr. Diaz's mother, who reported he was on probation. She released and kicked him out. On March 30th that year, Mr. Diaz reported his backpack was never stolen. When asked why the backpack would have been located in the vehicle, he reported he left it at his friend's and was unaware of the stolen gun. Confronted about lying, he admitted the items were his and had provided additional information. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you want to say about the offense?
We was just young and wanted to have fun, and it just turned to me catching felony cases and all
So when
that.
you're saying you wanted to have fun, what
Like,
do you mean? What do you mean by that? With the firearm? Do you
well,
mean-
no, no, just joyriding, in cars, and now it's just not fun to do that, I have 2 kids now, and I don't want them to look at me like a bad father because I've been doing all this stuff,
So it sounds like you're talking about some changes.
Mhm.
So you said you don't want to do this anymore. So what do you contribute that change to? Is it that your children? Is it other, are there other things that have?
That, and I want to get back into school and
Where do you want to go? What do you want to go to school for?
welding and auto. finished my welding and auto.
So it sounds like you have some goals,
Mhm.
which are really good. Next case, sir, 2219-02719. I show on February 18, 2022, an officer was dispatched to an impossible impaired driver. An officer approached the vehicle and spoke with occupants. The officer could see open containers of spiced Arnold Palmer and a bottle of liquor. Inside the vehicle, officer located a backpack. Inside the backpack was a bag containing marijuana,
Good
a semi-automatic
running jobs.
handgun was also located. Mr. Diaz confirmed the backpack belonged to him. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you want to say about that offense?
No,
I was
That-
I had a fun.
that
fun fact.
one, I kind of just
Bag
felt
of
it
fun.
coming, when the cops came to the vehicle. I
You
knew I was
felt
gonna-
it coming,
like-
meaning like you
like-
felt like you were gonna get in trouble? or-
Yeah. So like, I really didn't know what to do on that situation.
Why did you have the firearm?
It was actually,
Friends.
my mom's, and I
What?
took it from her. So I stole it from her. And,
Yeah,
I just had it on me
that would be a
for,
second.
for like protection, but that's just how I was a couple years ago, just felt like I needed that for like to walk the streets but
So obviously, if you're
Put in
paroled,
that
sir, I
work.
think it's very likely you have conditions of no firearms, right?
oh yeah, no.
Would
no
you
firearms.
abide by that, sir?
Yes.
All right, sir. And last case, 2319-02361. I show on August 21st, 2021, officers were dispatched to report of an assault. Mr. Diaz assaulted the victim to the ground. He punched her several times in the car in front of a child.
Oh,
At the
that's
scene, he stated he'd
scandalous.
been involved in an argument with his girlfriend and pushed her to the ground. Once it was made known to him that he was going to be arrested, he ran and was eventually was not apprehended, excuse me. He and the victim had gotten into an argument. He pushed her to the ground, causing injury to her left arm. He placed their son in the car and left the home. After leaving the home, he hit her several times on the face and right arm as she was driving. He took her cell phone. A victim lethality assessment was conducted on the victim. She screened as high risk. Mr. Diaz's mother was asked to contact police if he returned. On November 30th of last year, agents with the U.S. Marshals identified him at Smith's. He was with his mother. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you want to say about that offense?
That broke my heart, what I did, especially to her, especially to my baby moms, because all she's done is just been there for me, and me to do that to her in front of our kid was uncalled for me, because I had a couple of drinks and I made those couple of drinks turn into something that didn't need to be done,
Do you,
and now I just feel just awful about it because now, like, I can't get to see my son or anything, or see her because of that incident. And I just feel awful about it. I still feel awful about it.
I'm going to ask a few questions about it, okay? Because obviously this one's concerning. I mean, we've gone over each one of them individually, but this one's an assault of a victim, right?
Mhm.
You said you were drinking. When you drink, do you become violent?
Not really. I get like, sometimes I get like irritated and mad easily, like when I do drink. But, yeah, I guess you could, yeah, I get mad when I drink. But like right now, since I've been down, I've been trying to get into treatment. Right now I'm in anger management and they're trying to put me into a domestic violence class. Well, I got a little bit of it done and they want me to do MRT.
So do you think you have an anger issue?
Mhm. Good
Yeah,
question.
I do.
All right.
That's why I took that anger management.
That's good. And I definitely want to hear about that class. What do you think your risks are besides,
Hey, thank you, U.S.
in
Army,
regards to
for
this offense
subbing
and the
to
other
YouTube.
offenses? What do you
Gracias,
think
highly
contributes
appreciate
to your, these criminal offenses?
Mm, I would say my anger and then just not really caring sometimes. Like the past few cases I've caught, I just didn't care. It's I lost a couple people in my life
I'm sorry to hear that.
that I really loved, and ever since then it's just been hard. So I'm not blaming it towards them, but it's just been a hard life since they haven't been here with me.
And I don't want to downplay that stress or that loss, right? but there's going to be stressors moving forward, right?
Yeah.
Everybody has stressors. And obviously this assault is concerning. So
Yeah.
how do you plan on dealing with your anger issues? You noted not caring. Has that changed? How do you plan on dealing with this stuff moving forward?
I want to finish my classes that I'm doing right now and do more treatment. If anything, do like talk to somebody about my issues in person, you know, just with one person. Or counseling, is that what it's called? Counseling? Take that. And then, yeah, I just want to, because I don't want to get out and do the same stuff. So that's why I'm doing this treatment.
It's good.
And I want to be a good father to my kids. And I want to show my girl that I could do it too. I could be a good father and a good boyfriend to her too.
So what's your current contact with the victim?
We talk every day.
So just so you're aware, because if you're paroled, I don't want you to violate your parole, right?
Yeah.
Since she's a victim in an offense, I think it is very likely, I don't decide, the board does, but I've never seen them grant parole without some kind of no victim contact condition. Would you abide by that?
Absolutely.
Mm,
What do you mean?
how would that work if they didn't put like no contact order or anything out on that?
So the board,
The board
the board can
decides
make a
that?
condition of your parole be
Okay.
no contact. So it doesn't, I don't know if there's a court case, if that's what you're talking about, where there's
Yeah.
protective order, I don't know about that. But I can tell you that your parole can include no contact, without APMP, without a therapist, or just no contact at all. So I don't want you to violate your parole, right? But if you're telling me that you don't think you can, abide by that, I'd like to know.
It's kind of hard to tell you because we just had another baby with her, so we have 2 sons now.
Okay.
And that would just be kind of hard.
So what I would tell you is if you're paroled and if you're given that condition, which I think is very likely, sir, I would immediately contact your parole agent and say, this is something you're hoping to do. You're hoping to contact the victim. You're hoping to have interactions with your children, I'm sure, and that you get it approved, because then you'll have an approval, right? Which would be allowed, but don't just go there, right? Because then you'll be violating your
you're violating-
parole, and
yeah,
it
me
sounds
too.
like you
That's what I
don't
was
want to do
thinking.
that, right?
Yeah, no,
Okay. So,
most definitely not.
so, and then obviously then you won't be seeing them, because if you violate your parole, you could come back here,
Yeah.
right? So, I would just make sure that you talk to your parole officer, let them know that you want to talk to this victim. It sounds like the victim wants to have contact with you, I'm guessing.
Yeah, she does. No, we have good conversations. She comes and sees me here. You know, she brings a baby. You know, we we have good communication with each other.
Okay. And that's good. But like I said,
Yeah.
I'm letting you know about your parole conditions
Okay.
if you are parole. Okay. So, and I'm letting you know how you can deal with that moving forward, which is definitely getting approval through APMP if that's allowed. Okay.
Okay.
Um,
So there's so there's a high chance that there could be a protective order out when I get out.
So a protective order is through the judicial system, through the
Yeah.
court system. We're not the courts. We're an administrative body. So I don't know if there's a protective order in the courts, but I do know that it is very likely that you have a condition of your parole through the board, which is no contact with the victim.
Okay.
So that's why
That
you want to
makes
talk to your
sense.
parole officer and make sure that you get that proper approval.
Okay.
Sir, those are the offenses for which the board has jurisdiction, but I show a 2020 sexual battery. Can you tell me about that
Oh,
offense?
That's all bad right there.
That offense, me and my ex-girlfriend, we were in the car. She came and picked me up, and we got into an argument. She thought I was cheating on her and all that, so she threw her phone at me, and then me and her I just started hitting her because she threw the phone at me, so I hit her, and then
Then what? You got
I bit
aroused?
her. I bit her on her titty, and then they got me for sexual battery for that.
Is
But I
this
was-
the current, is this the
No.
victim in your current offense? No.
This was like in like 2001. I think it's back in 2001.
I showed 2020. I can double check.
Was it? It was either 2001 or 2020. I knew it was not 2003 or nothing like that.
You mean 2021? Is that what you mean?
Yeah,
Okay.
2020.
Um,
I think that's when I got convicted of the
Yeah.
charges.
But I mean, obviously that's still concerning, right? Because that's
Yeah,
now
it is.
another assault
Yeah.
of another victim.
And that's why, ma'am, I'm doing everything I can in here to do better, you know,
Okay.
because
Tell me about the programming you've been doing,
uh
the anger
so
management.
I'm in anger management classes. Just talk about anger, how it could how certain stuff could trigger anger, and just doing like simple like tasks like where you breathe in, breathe out, go take walks, listen to music, walk away from the incident, uh just simple stuff, you know, some simple stuff that I should have been doing already, you know.
So it sounds like you're learning like breathing techniques.
Mhm.
And how's that been? Has that been?
It's good. No, my favorite one is like the finger tapping that we just learned. So you like finger tap, and it like it relieves stress on me. Like whenever I do it, I just like, oh, it really does.
Bori one,
It sounds
gracias
like
for the follow. Highly
You are
appreciate it.
engaging with this class, right?
Yeah.
'Cause you're telling me things that you've already learned that you think are helpful and that you plan on using moving forward, which
Yeah.
is good.
And I took a couple classes for domestic, and it's just stuff like where it's kind of like the anger management class, but it's teaching you not to react on certain stuff on people, you know, like not to hit them. There's certain like talk to them in a calm voice. 'Cause you guys are both mad. Talk to them calm. Don't take the other step and go to the 10 right away.
So do you find that class helpful as well or
Yeah.
not helpful?
Yeah, I find it helpful, but I only took a couple of them. So I told my caseworker if she could put me into a class, because there's a class in here that's only like, I think like 8 weeks. It's an 8-week class.
Are you talking about the MRT class or?
Yeah, it's an MRT.
It sounds like you want that program.
Yeah, I told her because it said on my papers that the board recommends it and all that. So I just want to show you guys too that I could do it, you know, and
Show
that
your
I could be a
guys. You
better
should be showing
person
yourself.
and get out for my kids and be a better dad for them too. Because I've been getting locked up for a minute now, and
Thank you
it's
for the
just
light,
getting old.
Cowboys Queen.
Like it's not fun, especially when you can't see your family.
So you talked about alcohol use, at least in the last offense. Do you think you have a substance use issue?
No, I don't. It's just whenever I do drink, I don't drink like
Yeah.
every day or like that. You know, it's just whenever I do drink. So that's just
Tendency to, you said get angry is, I think is what you said.
yeah, get angry. But I talked to my family about it, and like I'm done with all that stuff. Like
Yeah.
I just want to get
Alcohol?
I just want to get a good job, make money, and
Mm-hmm.
take care of my family.
In regards to your release plan, sir, I show that you'd like to live with your mother and work in construction. Is that still the plan?
Yes.
Okay, it sounds like your mother's a support for you, which is good. But it sounds like also in one of your offenses that the police asked where you were. She said she didn't know, and then she was found with you. So
Yeah, so with that,
That's right.
I ended up going back to her house
Jefita
that day,
covering up.
and
Wouldn't expect anything
I
less.
was away for a minute, and then I just ended up going back, and then that's how I feel like they caught me. It was
Yeah.
they were watching us, you know. They were watching the house, and I already knew I was gonna get caught up eventually right there.
So do you think, is this a sober environment?
Yeah, it is. My mom's house is a very a good environment. It's
It's a
just
sanctuary.
what I do that makes it a bad environment sometimes. But when I'm doing good and I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing, then yeah, it's a good environment
Okay.
right there, especially for my kids too.
Okay. All right, so those are all my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Your
Okay.
family members, your friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post it on our website. It still takes some time. It's not immediate, but it's faster on the website than the mail. So someone can look that up and tell you what that decision is. I make note of your guidelines, sir, is 17 months or October 20th, 2024. You understand that's just a suggestion. The
Yeah.
board can go below that date, above that date, same date they decide. It's based on a number of factors, obviously one of them being your offenses.
Yes, ma'am.
And the expiration of your sentence, meaning the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, August 16th, 2038. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board?
No, I would just, that's another thing I was gonna ask you too, was what my, matrix was 17 months.
Mhm.
Because when I came here, it was 25 months. They gave me 25 months. And then it dropped down to 17 months. So I was just trying to figure out what was going on with that.
So I show 17.
Was he in
Okay.
there
If
for?
you, obviously,
I
I'm
think he had
assuming
2
you'd
different
rather have
cases.
17 than 25.
with,
Yeah.
But,
pew,
um,
pew,
That's way better.
and
But if,
one,
do you think there's any error in
SO
that day? You're always welcome to
battery.
write the board.
Okay.
Any
or
other
S battery.
questions or comments? So-
No, ma'am.
Well, I appreciate you coming to this hearing. I've been typing everything you've been
Okay,
saying.
thank you.
We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So what do you guys think? Do you guys think that he'll be found suitable or granted parole? Baby Rage was asking what kind of cases did he have. So the first 2 I believe were I know he had 2 cases for weapons. Appreciated for letting me know. Yeah, he had 2 gun cases I want to say, and one there was a battery case where he resisted arrest, Julia Gracias, where he got into a dispute with one of his girlfriends, and he ended up biting her in the chest area, and he ended up getting SEX battery charge. Do you ever watch parole hearings in Montana? I just started doing this like yesterday. I don't think I think I came across Montana, but I don't think they were one of the states that offer them streamed live. But I could double check if that's if they are being streamed live. So far the states that I've been able to find was Utah, Connecticut. What else states did I find? I put them on my favorite tab over here. Let me see here. All right, so right now the audio for the hearing will come on as soon as they're ready.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation original hearing for Arthur Rowlands, inmate 128555. Is that you, sir? I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any questions on it?
Nope.
Okay. What I plan on doing is going over your current committing offense, and then we'll go over your parole violations, okay? So in case 241901200, you were convicted of possession or use of controlled substance, 3rd-degree felony. This occurred around April 25th, 2024, where Ogden officers conducted a traffic stop after several moving violations were observed. They deployed a K-9, which resulted in a positive indication for substances. A search of the vehicle produced methamphetamine pipe, digital scale, and a marijuana grinder. Inside methamphetamine pipe, there was a measurable amount of methamphetamine. Is that accurate, sir?
What?
And so,
Okay. Is there anything you wanted to add to that?
I know what it looks like,
Do you know what it looks like?
to a person that's on the sidelines and stuff like that. And, I've got some brain injuries and stuff, and I've dealt with it, and I've come a long way since. I've got ADHD really bad, and,
I got ADHD
But-
real bad myself.
few things I would like to say is, I was working
I had a good job. I helped someone that was in a car accident, and I helped him transport all the stuff out of their car over to a motel. Which I did a bunch of mechanics on her car, got her car fixed for her. And then, anyway, I had a jumper cable bag in the back of my car
Mhm.
that belonged to her, along with a bunch of boxes and stuff that I was of dropping off to her motel room after cleaning her car and fixing it, along with my tools. And anyway, the jumper cable bag, I forgot about it. And when I noticed it was still there, it tipped over, and I noticed that there was a scale and a zipper bag
Saca la
and,
bolsita.
and a pipe and stuff. I was clean at the
Pipa?
time. I've had a lot of classes and stuff, and a lot of drug treatment under my belt, and I've really came a long way. And I don't crave it. I don't crave that stuff. I just have been dealt a difficult hand of cards, I think through my life. But
So what you're saying is it wasn't yours. It belonged to this individual you were helping out who was in a car accident.
yes, ma'am. But the thing is I found it.
Uh-huh.
I didn't throw it away. I knew it was there,
Mhm.
and I'm taking responsibility for it because I knew it was there. I wanted to see the girl again.
Mhm.
Um,
So you're
and
holding the
I was
bolsita
actually on my way
to give it to her.
to pick her up that same night, and I got pulled over on my way to her house.
Bad
And
luck.
and maybe it's a good thing because I mean it set me back on track. And I just
Do you feel like you were starting to veer off track then during that time?
no. I was on track. I just got my family back into my
track.
life.
Oh yeah, you was on
Um,
track. All right.
Which there's been a big, huge pause in
track to
that.
get
Like for
derailed.
14 years, no contact with my family at all. They thought I wasn't even alive or anything, because there's a big fallout. And so I was happy. I was spending a lot of time with my mom, and my sisters, and doing family festivities on my days off and stuff. And the work was overwhelming, but I didn't know if some days after I get off work, I couldn't even walk, because the prison term that I'd done, it crippled me to the point where I wasn't even feeling like I could put in a full day. So the first 3 months of me being out, I mean, I could not leave my apartment,
Mhm.
I mean, I didn't have the energy to go anywhere after work. It was just go to sleep, wake up at 4 a.m, go to work. And that was my life, for 3 months straight. And I didn't take on any new friends, nothing. And my mom, my family would come over and they'd bring me some things I needed for my apartment. And then I go spend the weekends with my sister or my mom, and I kept on track, perfect, everything. I don't know what went wrong. I just stopped to help somebody that got in a car accident and
No
everything
sé.
backfired. But I still have all the sobriety in me, I was completely clean. I had no dirties, nothing. And still to this day, I mean, there's drugs in the system here,
No.
and I'm
You stay away from
totally
there.
backed out of all that. I don't even think about it.
Mhm.
I work in the kitchen now, I'm trying to keep my motivation and my drive and keep my body
Hey,
healthy
what's
enough
up,
to where I
fellas? For
can
Christ Ministries,
exercise
welcome
daily
back.
by working and
Where's this
be
brother?
prepared for when I get out
This
next
is
time,
Utah.
I just felt like I didn't really get a chance to let my PO know that I was really trying, honestly, that I mean, I was doing good and that I was staying clean, and I didn't, you know,
Let's go over your parole violations really quick. I know some of these coincide with your current committing offense. Some of these may have been dismissed. For the parole violation purposes, I'm still going to ask if you admit, deny, or no contest, okay?
okay,
So on allegation one, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, possession of a controlled substance, a third-degree felony, or by having associated with a person involved in criminal activity on or about April 25th, 2024, in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
I admit,
We'll take judicial notice on that one as it is your current committing offense in case 241901200. On allegation 2, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense, violated a court order, possession or use of drug paraphernalia, Class B misdemeanor on, or by having associated with a person involved in criminal activity on or about April 25th, 2024 in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
Can I say something on that one?
Mhm.
Okay, so, I knew there was a pipe in there and a
You know,
scale.
the pipa
Um,
and a scale.
there was no possession. It was just paraphernalia,
Yeah.
you know, so,
And that is what that's for.
yeah,
for
so
Drug
I was,
paraphernalia.
I was admitting,
Mhm.
the whole thing is, I was admitting to the paraphernalia or whatever, but I didn't know that there was, any substance in the pipe whatsoever to be
What? You
a
know there was
possession.
substance in the
So they kind of
pipa?
flipped it to where, but anyway,
I hate when they do that.
I am admitting to the paraphernalia that it, you know, because I did see it. I seen it in that little zip up bag, and that's when I told myself, well, I'm just gonna.
You just want smoke it?
I wanted to throw it in the garbage. I was at the car wash and everything, and
Throw it
then
in the
and
garbage.
for some reason I
Sean
just
Liz.
Okay. Well, accepted admissions, then to both allegations, revoked parole for October 24th, 2023. Told me a little bit about what was going on during that time, and kind of other things that moving forward in regard to, your case. Do you have any mental health diagnoses, sir?
you know, I've got some ADHD really bad and stuff, and I've been put on some mood stabilizers and stuff in the system here. When I was younger, I was on Ritalin.
Some hot
Do you feel like the
mess.
mood stabilizers are working
Um,
or help you?
no, because it clouds me out and shuts me down even more, I think.
What do you usually do to deal with your ADHD when you're in the community?
Well, that I just, I, you know, I have a couple coffees a day and that seems to work
Coffee.
for me. And I don't, and it's crazy because I was offered,
Offered what?
I
Girl
was
Scout cookies?
offered, you know, drugs so many times and alcohol, and it just didn't even, you know. But then again, it's like everybody you meet, you don't know who's affiliating with all that stuff, and it's hard to select who, and it's hard to meet someone. You know, if you're going to go to a bar, you're going to be somewhere where there's alcohol served, and I know for a fact that I can't be around alcohol unless I'm actually having some myself. You know. But I
Yeah,
actually
know.
went to pick up my sister at a bar because I was going to be her DD, designated driver,
Okay.
and I was there the whole time, and I didn't
Touch it.
drink nothing,
Mm.
and I violated there, but I didn't, you know, of course, I was taking a big chance and I risked it, but I didn't drink anything, and I
Like some
went
risk,
home clean
carnal.
and sober, and every day was like that for me, you know.
Okay. You mentioned, you said you had a TBI,
What's
traumatic brain injury.
yeah, when I was 22, I was in Alaska working on the crab boats,
Mm.
and I
saw
worked
that
in
once.
engineering, and
It's dangerous.
I
couldn't
ran
do
through
it.
a sally port, and I had the whole top of my scalp skinned back,
Ay, ay, ay.
and I had a puncture in the back of my skull from the fall and stuff, and
How does that affect you?
it affects birthdays, appointments. I can't remember phone numbers. I can't remember days, times, events. I have a I can't even remember my mom's cell phone number. You know what I
So
mean?
just memory issues then?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's where it's taken a toll on me. Even my grandmother's phone number to her house, I had it written on the wall because I could never remember it for years and years, on and on.
But not-
Birthdays, I can't even my own children's birthdays, I don't even know them. I know my little sister's birthday's in September, only because
Mhm.
it's September now, and somebody in the family mentioned it to me, you know?
So not like control issues, anger,
No,
behaviors,
I don't
things
have
like
any
that.
anger,
Okay.
I forgot about those.
How's your physical health? I know you said you like try and work out and things like that. And aside from that, brain injury, tell me a little bit about your physical health.
Physical health is, well, I've got I broke my leg, and they put a metal, post up my leg, hammered it in there and everything.
How long ago was that?
That was, 2015.
So where you were, while you were here?
No, I just got out.
Okay. Because you mentioned something about being crippled while due to your time here. Tell me a little bit about that.
So I've got a broken shoulder, which, I've been rebuilding the muscle in my shoulder and stuff, but it's the cartilage or whatever's broke, and it's caused my shoulder to just fall, like versus this one, this one. So I have a lot of problems with my shoulder.
What's that from?
That's from, originally happened, in a police issue, you know what I
Okay.
mean?
Police show.
But, yeah, so I'm done with that life, and I moved away from all them people out in the Utah County area. And then Salt Lake, it continued happening. So I moved out of Salt Lake, and now,
You went
and
to
now I'm
prison?
close to my family, and they accept me back into their lives, and I'm done getting hurt. I'm done all that stuff, work-related accidents. I had my thumb, amputated by a machine that pulled the tendons and everything out of my arm.
Okay.
So I got a 37% impairment on that. Which I make a lot more money when I'm working, of course.
We all
But
do.
if, like my hip and everything else start messing up, my shoulder continues, I might have to get on some social security or something. But I'm 50, going on 54 now, and I'm done with the whole party life.
What about what about the crippling piece? You never really answered that as far as when you had
What?
mentioned that you were crippled because of your prison time.
Oh, yeah,
Explain
yeah.
that to me a
Forgot
little
about the
bit, like what-
prison crippling
Yeah.
time.
Mentally,
So I've
physically,
lost a
tell me
lot
about
of,
that.
I've lost a lot of, motion in my body. I've lost a lot of, strength in my upper body and.
Is that from your time being incarcerated?
Yeah.
And like, was it injuries due to altercations you've had here, things like
No.
that, or
No, it's just
like accidents?
Probably just from my accidents in the past, but then not being so active and mobile.
Kind of like atrophying and things
Yeah.
like that. Okay.
And then also like even my mind, like I know I got PTSD. I know I've got that bad, just because the people I'm around and right now they got me in a gang section right now.
Okay.
And it's like I
Gang
have to
section.
ask permission just to use the phone.
Okay.
Mission.
And I don't deal well with that. And I don't know, maybe one day somebody's gonna come up and poke me in the back or something. Because I'm
If
just
they're
a no
watching this on
nonsense kind of
TikTok,
guy, and I
It's
do
a
my
good
time, and
possibility.
I'm just.
I hope they're not watching.
I know you haven't been here for very long. Tell me a little bit about, have you been able to get into any program, look into any programming, things like that since you've been here?
Well,
Since you're working in the kitchen, right?
Yeah, so I know that all the different stays that I've been here, I've worked really hard on all my programming, and I've got my diploma, everything, all the way up to, all my programming has been completed. Now, I've got all this programming, and I'm just so excited to get out and use it, just to continue doing good. But then it's like, gosh, all this happened. And so it's like, gosh, did that really happen? And at night, I think to myself, man, I don't understand what went wrong. Cause I was clean, and my whole family's like completely disgusted, you know what I mean? But they believe me though, for once, and they're there for me now.
So the person that was in the accident that you helped, did you know her?
No, I just met her.
So just kind of randomly.
was-
So
yeah.
she could, since you're claiming that the bag was hers that you were caught with, she potentially could have been an addict
Yeah, and I
could have
did.
eventually thrown you back into your addiction if you cultivated a relationship
It could've.
with her,
It could've.
correct?
It could have, but,
But
I've been set in so many opportunities where I could have jumped in dozens of times. And all that would have done was throw me to the side with her. You know what I mean? I'd just be like, oh, I'm not interested. Cause
So you feel like you would have, if you would have found out about that,
yeah,
you would have been like, okay, never mind.
yeah, definitely. And that's, that's.
So what
it's
is
because
this,
I look at my life and I was like, this can't happen, this can't happen, this can't happen. I can't do this and I can't.
what
do
has this experience taught you then? What do you feel like it's taught you, if anything?
Well, you gotta be careful of your surroundings.
mhm.
Okay,
My surroundings. I mean, I go to the store and then, it's like, I go back to my car to unlock my car and there's someone asking me for some change or, you know what I mean? I learned that I can't have friends
Mhm.
okay,
and I'm not interested in having friends,
Mm-mm.
I'm interested in work,
Mhm.
family,
Mhm.
rebuilding relations with my kids.
Mhm.
And my recreation time is maybe go to the spa and
Mm.
go work on my mom's yard and on the farm there that she's got. You know what I
Mm.
mean? Like,
Mhm.
I grew up on a farm, so it's like my desires are just hard work and
Mhm.
man who don't work don't eat kind of a thing, And
okay. So tell me what your plans are if the board paroles you, or when the board paroles you.
my plans are, I'm excited. I'm excited just to go back out, work. I want
Do you
to,
still have a job lined up, or is that something you're gonna need to find again?
I'm such a key employee
Mhm.
wherever I was working
Mhm.
that I know I'm on a quick hire back. I know it.
So you don't have any concerns that you won't find a job? You're pretty confident you will find
Yeah, I
one?
get a job.
Okay.
I'll have a job the first day I
Sorry, I
walk out.
interrupted you. What else are you planning? Where you plan on staying?
So I got my little sister in Kaysville. I can stay there. I talked to the people that I used to rent from over on 12th Street. They said that I still have money towards a room there if I want to go there. And I'm like thinking, I don't think that's probably the best place because,
No.
and then,
Mhm.
but I'm thinking,
Yeah. Crickets? What are you thinking? Come on, any moment now. Hello.
I think my little sisters would be the best.
Mm.
Um,
Mm. That's a safe.
And then,
So you still have
That's a
family
safe bet.
support?
if I ask for it, if I beg for it. If not, then I'll just go to a halfway house. I don't like
Half-ass.
asking for things. I don't ask for
Half
money on
house.
my books. I don't ask for people to feel sorry for me.
Have you stayed in contact with your family since you've been here?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. For the
So little
first time-
sister is an option.
For
It's
the
not.
first time, like, yeah,
Okay.
it's great. Hey.
And then the board will more than likely, because these are substance abuse related, will more than likely want you to do some type of evaluation, things like that, and
Yeah.
follow through. Are
Yeah.
you willing to do the programming?
Yeah, so I've got a shrink, a psychiatrist. And I was so they recommended on my last thing that I see him once a month.
Okay,
And then when I went to see him, he says, I don't want you here once a month. I want you here every week on Friday.
okay,
This is the time I got set for you. So I met with him twice and I had that all lined up and that's good. And it's funny because he knows my family and my family, he reports to my family, you know what I mean? So it's
Yeah.
like, it's a big key for me to get in with my family, my ex-wife, and my
HIPAA.
kids back.
Good morning.
So
Good
I want to
morning.
get
may
back in
I
with
ask?
him, and have him help fix me.
okay. So is there anything else you feel like the board needs to know, or you like the board to know at this point?
Yeah, I want the board to know that it's important for me I'm at the age now where it's important for me to make something myself
Mhm.
in this little time I got left.
Mm.
And my main focus is to be reunited with my kids and meet my grandkids.
Mm.
Okay,
I've had a 15-year downfall of my life from my wife taking my house
Taking it.
and my kids and running away with them, and it's had a big impact on me, and I'm just, I mean, I am looking for a new life, and yeah, just.
Okay. Well, sir,
I'll
Go
do
ahead.
good.
say that again.
I'll do good.
Scout honor.
Well, sir, what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report, submitting that to the board. You're well aware of how this process works. The board is the one that makes the final decision in your case. Usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. You do have a 12-month guideline, which puts you at April 25th, 2025. That is the link, or that guideline is what it is. It's just a guideline, meaning they can go below that, on that, or past that, depending on if they want to see you complete something prior to paroling.
Yeah.
You do have a 10-year top, which puts you at February 11th, 2030. You're well aware that is the length of time the
2030.
board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are
Damn.
no other further offenses. Any other questions for me, sir?
No. I think-
All right. With that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day, sir.
Good luck to
Thank
you.
you.
Thanks.
All right, all right. So you're just joining us right now. This is a live border parole hearings for the state of Utah. And today it is September 12th, 2024. For anybody that was watching, what do you guys think? What do you guys think the outcome of his parole hearing is? What is it going to be? Is he? Do you think he's suitable? Do you think he's not suitable? And hey, don't be shy. Go ahead and drop some comments in the chat. All right, all right. So this is something new that I'm trying out. I am simultaneous streaming. I'm streaming on TikTok and on YouTube. Sometime later on today, we are gonna have some live calls from prison. Not keep keep the bot in there. Oh man, Julie writes. Let's see what Julie writes. That one is hard. I am just saying that if he is poked, he will react. You know what? Yeah, no, like it's prison, like you got to every action there's a reaction, and that's one of those things that when you make certain decisions, you don't think about with the places that you're gonna end up. He did it to himself. From user 4930252. Damn, that's a long ass username. Think before you
This is
act.
the time and place set for
All
a
right,
rescission
we're
hearing
back
for
on.
Ronald Lee, inmate 1444892. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing
For
officer with the
Ronald?
Board of Pardons and
I
Parole.
think
I'll be
they said
conducting
Ronald.
your hearing today because I'll be taking testimony from you. I'm going to have you raise your right
Keith,
hand for me so I can place you
think
under
you'll be
oath.
okay. Hey, thank
Do you
Keith.
swear and
Highly
affirm the
appreciate
testimony
it.
you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Absolutely.
Yes, right here.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Yeah.
Did you have any questions on it?
No, not necessarily.
Okay, I did get your letters that you had submitted explaining kind of your situation and things like that.
Right.
The point of this whole hearing, it's a shortened hearing just to kind of discuss what's going on. I know that you, according to my information, that you self-removed from the residential substance abuse program, which the board wanted you to complete prior to the opportunity to parole. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes.
Okay, tell me a little bit about that.
Well, this time, specifically speaking about this time, I had concerns before, but this time I went back in there. I tried, I did, what they wanted me to do as far as following their structure, whatever. I mean, I fast. And so, one morning I didn't do a volleyball exercise. It was my third day fasting, and I explained this to them.
Mhm.
But I was pulled up or whatever.
Did anybody
I
catch his
rebutted
name?
it, and it came back that she still wanted to give me a consequence. And I was like, there's no way I'm accepting a consequence in place of my spiritual practices and beliefs. So I took the time to go talk to Chaplain Brockman, I believe his name was, right? I explained my situation to him, and he said I'm the first one to introduce the Pacific religion that I follow here. So he says he doesn't see no problem getting an approval. We'll have to go through Lieutenant Dunford. So instead of going to Mrs. Gasca and like straight up telling her, I followed her chain of command, talked to her spokesman in the unit, relayed all this information to them, and for her to be up to date. So that Thursday, when it came to them giving me this consequence, I was like, there's no way I'm taking this in place of what I believe and what I practice, especially after I've talked to these different ones. And it's like, as soon as I came back, 6 days later, the religion was approved. You know what I mean? I had other like little racial stuff said to me too, and I believe that's by one of the inmates, and the fact that the officers, upon removing me, threw away my stuff really aggravated me. You know what I mean? Even though they say, well, they say it was contraband, a stripper magazine and some other cutout magazine pictures. I've had these pictures since I've been here, you know what I mean? And so I was missing some personal pictures of my sister and my kids, along with some nail clippers and a thermal top. And I grieved all this. And I said, like, wow, are you serious? I said, I can come in with my stuff, but when I leave out, you take it from me as if, like, I don't know. I felt indifferent.
And this was in the programming section?
Yes, this was in the programming section. So upon them when I got back over here to Bear One, upon noticing the things that were missing, I vowed not to go back. I was like, there's no way in heck.
Yeah.
I was like, I didn't go over there and do nothing wrong. I tried to comply to the fullest.
Okay.
It-
Is
Is it
the
ear?
religion
Does it look like
piece, is
his
that
ear
part
is
of
missing?
the
He's missing a piece of his ear.
Gangster Disciple Nation thing?
No, it has nothing to do. That has nothing to do with growth and development. I'm not gangster
It-
disciple either.
Well, it states in here that you had denied being in a gang, that you belong to an organization, not a gang. Tell me a
Correct.
bit about that.
I don't know really what to explain. You guys view it as a gang. I know it as something different. You know what I mean? And I don't.
Not the religion piece?
No, that's not the religion piece at all.
So tell me what the organization piece is that you're talking about.
The
so I can
organization piece is really something all of different. The way that these young men carry it here is like in a gang fashion. I know better. I don't carry myself in no form of fashion. I don't even participate in any of the gang stuff. That's why I removed myself from that, so I don't have to be associated as if I'm like one.
So what is the organization called?
Growth and development.
Okay. What is, when you say you remove yourself, tell me about that.
When I removed myself, when I talked to Mrs. Gasca at the little Thursday meeting, which I was at the end of June, right?
Okay.
I'd been there for 3 weeks. And I was like, I'm trying to explain to her, like, there's no way I'm taking this in place of my practices and beliefs. Like, I've talked to the people, and she basically cut me off, letting know, like, well, this is what you got, accepted. No, okay, I got something for you. I'll leave.
Okay. So where are you now?
I am in Bear 4.
Okay.
I removed myself. I came back. I was around some of the STG group guys, right?
Security
And I
threat
wasn't
group.
even on count or anything. I was just around them. And so like there was an incident even with them, you know what I mean, that brought an A right up to my thing. I have a write up for refusing sale orders when, okay, this STG group, you guys threatened bodily harm to me.
This is when you're the one that's pending, correct?
Yes, this is the
So
one that's pending.
You don't have to talk about this one because it is pending. You're more than welcome.
Well,
to.
I just want to give you guys some insight so you better know what's going on. So just in case, so you can make your decision. Even when I've talked to the guys over here, the lieutenant and all them, to see like, what can I do? Because I believe it's highly unfair. You know what I mean? I'm missing the ear already from federal prison, like
Ooh,
being in an
I
incident,
knew
a
it. I
violent
told you.
incident. You know what I mean? So, you know, even that day, you know what I mean? I wouldn't have made it out that room that day, you know what I mean? Without anything. I just shut up and I agreed with them because I knew dinner was finna come. And I said, so when they got up to go eat, because they figured I was going to go along with their little scenario, I walked out and I told the officer what was going on. And as I'm in the cell, he comes, well, I'm going to put you in a room with someone else right next door to the unit I have an issue with. I'm like, I don't know who's interconnected here because it's,
So there were safety reasons you were concerned about, which is why you didn't leave the room. Is that what you're saying?
well,
then?
when I was on TROY, I didn't want to be placed in a room next door to the incident, you know, where I was just at. Like right next door, you're going to put me over here in another gang unit. I don't know who this person is. You know what I mean? Whether he's on count or off count or what's going on, I don't feel comfortable. I don't feel safe.
Okay.
So,
I
I
don't feel
mean,
safe.
that's where then was like, well, we'll call MSERT. I'm like, well, do what you got to do so I can explain it to them. And I explained it to them, you know what I mean? Well, he came to the door, and then when they came up, I seen their shields and their masks. I just laid down on the ground and put my hands behind my back.
So you comply?
I was so worked up. My blood pressure was 165 over 115. They had to take me to the infirmary to see if I was okay. I was really disturbed that day because I was really in fear for my safety.
Okay. So tell me, if the board ends up paroling you, I don't know what they're going to do,
Yeah.
but if they end up paroling you over expiration, what are your plans for parole?
What do you mean?
If they choose to parole you, what are your plans? What are you going?
What are my plans?
Where are you going to live?
My plans?
Have an address?
I don't know exactly where I'm going to stay. I would have to stabilize myself. This is why transition and reentry is so important to me because where am I going?
Yeah.
I don't have nowhere to go.
So would you need to go to a CCC then?
I would, yeah, I would have to be able to save some money and to be able to
The
figure out
system is
what are
broken
my
no
options
matter
now
what.
that I have a little money. What can I do? How can I I can secure myself from there.
Tell me a little bit about employment. Do you have a job lined up? Is it hard to get-
No, I've been in here for the last 30 months.
Okay. So
So,
have you ever had an issue getting a job?
no,
Okay.
it's relatively easy in Utah to get a job if you don't mind working.
Okay.
Mhm.
And then as far as programming goes, what are your plans for that?
As far as the halfway house or in here, what are you saying?
So if you were to parole, the board, you're gonna have conditions, right? Because the
Okay.
board's gonna make conditions.
Uh-huh.
More than likely, given your charges, there will more than likely be like domestic violence conditions,
Yeah.
substance abuse conditions, things like that. Are you willing to comply with those?
Well, of course, I'm willing to try something as long as like I'm seeing progress and success in it. You know what I mean? Versus conflict.
Okay. Now, if the board recommends, or not recommends, if the board puts a condition to do a residential substance abuse program at the halfway house, are you willing to do that?
Well, what is that? Is it the same thing as here?
Same thing in here, you're just doing it at the halfway house.
I suppose so. As long as it goes great, you know what I mean? Like as long as there's no issues. I'm having issues with the staff here for some reason. It seems like this isn't the first incident. It's like the second or third.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And so that's all that concerns me. Like their conduct and approach to dealing with people. Like if you really wanted to, if you really cared about my recovery, you could have took the time to relate the information that was relayed to you. Oh, well, I see this is authentic. You know what I mean? Next time you'll be in the computer, let's move forward and give you a warning.
Okay.
At least that's what I thought as with some common sense that would have took place, but it didn't. So I was like, not really infuriated, but like, lady, there's no way I'm accepting this in place of what I have been doing since I've been here.
Is there anything that would prevent you from completing a parole as far as?
I don't
physical
think
health,
there's
anything
nothing that
like
would,
that?
that would
Myself?
prevent me from completing a parole.
And then, do you have any mental health diagnoses or anything? I show in here you don't, but
Um,
anything come about since?
Besides, I guess the little voices or
Voices?
whatever, like, I don't know.
What?
I don't think anything too major.
Okay, what do
You know
you
what I
mean,
mean?
like little
Nothing
voices?
major.
I don't know. Maybe it's because the just coming in, like, I don't know, like just like shit talking to me. Like, I don't know, like
What do you mean?
Voices.
nothing
Like,
bad.
are you
Like nothing
hearing
bad.
voices?
Like I guess like the God and the devil. How you see that little scenario, something of the sort. Not like go kill him, go get here. Like no,
Nah, not
But
like
do you,
that.
I mean, because
Not like
people
that.
some people who've been hearing voices or who do hear voices, it's not always negative.
Yeah.
So do you actually hear
not
voices
okay.
or is it thoughts?
I don't know how to determine the two. I would maybe it could be some of that. I don't
Is
know.
it something you've lived with your whole life? It's something that
Pretty
you've
much.
lived over time?
I'm used to it.
So for you, it's normal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Keith on YouTube, right? He's
Any
gonna
other
have issues
questions,
and he's
sir?
not
Anything
even
else
out
you'd like
yet.
the board to know?
No, that's pretty much it. You know what I mean? There's nothing besides this write-up little issue that's going on, which I
Little
believe is
issue.
totally unfair, and I will talk to IDHO
Nothing
further about that. And the
major.
fact that I wrote you guys as soon as I got back to explain to you, so you guys knew how I felt and why I did not want to return to this specific program.
And we do have that information. Like I said, I did read those letters
ma'am.
as well, for sure. So what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report, submitting that to the board. We will go ahead and affirm that
Not the
rescission date of
chamuco in
that
him.
parole that you were originally given.
What do you mean?
Now, the parole date you were given for June 10th, 2025 with that contingency of a residential substance abuse program. We'll go ahead and affirm the rescinding that based off of the special attention, you removing yourself from residential substance abuse program. Because you removed yourself from that residential substance abuse program and it was a contingency for that parole, that's why that was revoked. At this point, the board is going to make a determination and determine exactly what is going to happen with your case moving forward. They're made up of 5 members, takes a majority vote for them to make a decision in your case, usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks. Once you get that decision, you'll kind of have a better idea on whether or not they're just going to expedite your sentence. They're going to want you to still do the program regardless, so potentially have you sent to a different place if the UDC is able to do that, to do the residential substance abuse program, whatnot, Or they may say, let's go ahead and parole you to a halfway house to do a residential substance abuse program with other contingent, or with other conditions such as like domestic violence, things like
No, I
that.
get you. I guess my only fear, I mean, with your saying, okay, you say you want to possibly expirate me, meaning give me all my time. I don't even act up in here. I don't do drugs. I've never
Well,
got
and
a
that's,
30
I'm
UA.
just telling you the
No,
different
and
options
I
that
get
they're
you, but
there.
I'm expressing this while I'm here so that they can have a clear understanding, like as I put in this letter. You put me back out there with like on ground zero. I mean, my potential for my risk to like have like a higher recidivist, like the comeback is gonna be higher. I'm definitely gonna be at high risk because
Well, and also know too, that they will also take into consideration, or that they will also review those letters that you submitted. And I put in the information that you also discussed, your concerns and things like that during this hearing as well.
okay,
Okay? Any other questions for me, sir?
not too much.
You do have a 5-year top, which puts you at September 10th of 2026. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. With that, if there are no other questions, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck to you. Have a good day.
So what do you guys think? Do you guys think that he would be a good candidate for being paroled or denied? Or what do you guys think? They're gonna decide yes, no, maybe. I don't know. Let me see. User rights. If there's so much ifs, then this guy needs to stay inside. Nope. Yeah, I think he definitely he definitely needs to have some type of a mental health, at least minimum evaluation to check what is going on with him. Because I'll tell you this, I wouldn't want to be his cellie. I wouldn't want to be celled up with that dude. No way, no how. What he do? I just got in. You know what? For him, I don't recall. I don't recall. I missed that one. Now and then he said the voices in his head. Hey, does anybody remember what he was charged with? It's kind of hard, hard to keep track of all these people that are coming in. They're just shooting them in and out. Let me see. Keith over here on YouTube writes, bros hearing voices. That's not good. Hell nah. Okay. So hey, thank you, Sassy. He was in there for a DV, domestic violence. And I guess he had he did some time in the feds. He got shot down from the feds to Utah. So right now we're currently waiting for
This is the time and place set for parole violation original hearing for John Copeland, inmate 227273. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yeah,
Did you have a chance to review that?
yes, I did.
Did you have any questions on it?
Just, I'm being violated for some of my medications that I have.
And we'll go over those. So we'll go over the parole violations and you can kind of tell me a little more about that. Like if you end up, as we go through those, I'm still going to ask if you admit, deny, or no contest or whatever. So you can explain those as we go through those at that point. I plan on going over your current committing offense first, and then we'll go over those. Is there anything else you saw in your blue packet you had questions on?
So my LSR and R, they haven't mixed with my brother. So like, he's used my name and I've used his name before, so they kind of get our history mixed up.
Okay.
So,
Hey, Native.
Just
girl,
on
how's it
the
going?
assessment or on your
just like
history of
criminal
charges?
history, yeah.
Okay.
So the first time I ever got in trouble, I was like 15 and it was for marijuana.
Okay.
I'm not like a violent person. I don't fight. That's my brother.
So let me suggest this because it's a lengthy history stemming from 2001, things like that. If you go through your criminal history and you're seeing things that are not yours but your brother's, I would encourage you to write the board to
Is this live
specifically
on
point out
YouTube,
those
or
ones
it's,
that aren't yours. Just write them so that they can have that in your
It's
record and
live,
kind
but
of
they're
go
not.
over those.
I don't think they transmit it on YouTube.
Because that could
but I'm
potentially
transmitting it on
affect your
YouTube.
matrix and everything else.
Right.
But if they don't have the information as far as what you're disputing in regard to your criminal history, they won't really know what to look for. And we have a team that specifically goes over your criminal history to determine your matrix, and which I'm not a part of because that's a lot of math and confusion. So if you write the board with that information, they would be able to confirm or get rid of some of those things and get you the matrix set up if it's not accurate,
All right.
if that makes sense. Anything else?
Well, I would like to talk about everything that happened and stuff like this. I gotta.
And we'll talk about that
Alright,
too.
Cool.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope.
Okay. Let's go over your current committing offenses and then we'll go over your parole violations. Then we'll talk about kind of what you were going through, what was going on during this time, as well as what you've been up to since you've been here, okay? So in case 241800149, you were convicted of a Class A misdemeanor possession or use of controlled substance, as well as a Class A misdemeanor driving under the influence, second offense in 10 years, Class A misdemeanor. This occurred around April 19th, 2024, where officer was driving a motor vehicle. You were on SR 40, it sounds like.
Yeah.
UHP, Utah Highway Patrol, observed you crossing over the fog line. They conducted a traffic stop. The officer stated that he could smell odors and observe signs of impairment during this time. You submitted to a field sobriety test. The results of that test made the officer believe that you are under the influence of controlled substances to the point that you are unsafe to operate a motor vehicle. During the search of your person, a latex container with a brown substance inside of it was located,
Brown
and
sugar?
the substance was identified as fentanyl. There was also a tutor pipe that was located in your boot. You
pipa?
also had, at the time, a bottle of urine in your boxers with a hand warmer attached to it. The
Hand
bottle of
warmer.
urine was used to
He's a
pass
clever one.
chemical urine tests. Is that accurate, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything
so
you wanted to add
the
to that?
Class A possession is honestly should have been a paraphernalia
Thank you
because
for
that's what it
following.
was.
Highly appreciate it.
There was residue in there,
Sassy
but
also, thank you
I
for
don't know.
following.
I think they just kind of trump up the charges so I could plead to something, you know what I mean? I'm not denying it, but like, I don't know.
You're talking about
It should
the
have been-
latex container
It should have been a
residue?
paraphernalia charge instead of a possession, but I mean, I took the
Yeah.
deal and
Well, and I think the law is any measurable amount.
really.
With the hand warmer. He's
Um,
ready. He was ready.
But I'll put that in there as far
I
as
know
what you're
that, dude.
saying. Anything
Really?
else you wanted to add to
Really?
that?
Take accountability.
So you're out in
for the
Utah?
DUI. I shouldn't have been driving that day. The urine was, I actually was on my way back from a job interview. So like I was gonna use the urine to pass the drug test. Cause obviously I wasn't clean, you know what I mean? My parole officer was on my butt about getting a job, so I was really working hard to getting a
Job
job
confident.
when honestly, that shouldn't have been my priority. I should have been trying to get clean, you know what I mean?
Okay. Let's go over your parole violations really quick before I forget about those. On allegation 1, like I said, for the parole violation purposes,
V,
I'm going to
thank you
ask
for
if
the-
you
thank
admit,
you for
deny, or no
following. Highly appreciate
contest.
it.
Allegation 1, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, DUI, drugs, or by having associated with a person involved in criminal activity on or about April 19th, 2024, in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
Admit.
On allegation 2, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, possession of fentanyl, or by having associated with a person involved in criminal activity on or about April 19th, 2024, in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
I admit.
Go ahead and accept admissions to those as well as take judicial notice as those are your current committing offenses in case 241800149. In allegation 3, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, possession or use of drug paraphernalia, or by having associated with a person involved in criminal
you, A. You
activity
go
on
ahead
or
and
about
enjoy your day
April
also. Highly
19th,
appreciate it.
2024, in violation of your parole
Thank you
agreement,
for
do you
the
admit, deny,
support.
or no contest?
Admit.
On allegation 4, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order,
My man
failure
has
to
pages
install
of
ignition,
offenses.
interlock device, or by
Not
having
good.
associated with a person involved in criminal activity on or about April 19th, 2024, in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
I admit to that one.
And then on allegation 5, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense, violated a court order, failure to operate a vehicle within a single lane, or by having associated with a person involved in criminal activity on or about April 19th, 2024, in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
Admit.
I will note that allegations 3, 4, and 5 were dismissed in
3,
your
4,
court
and
case
5.
as well from your committing offenses. On allegation
Boom.
6, by having used
Underscore
THC
O.
on or about April
Appreciate the
19th,
follow.
2024, in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
I admit to that, but I had a prescription for it.
Can we see it? Would you happen to have a copy of the script?
On allegation 7, by having used methamphetamine on or about April 19th, 2024, in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
I admit to that one.
On allegation 8, by having used fentanyl or by on or about April 19th, 2024, in
You gotta
violation
stop
of your
saying
parole
that
agreement, do you
word.
admit, deny, or no contest?
Admit.
On allegation 9, by having used bupropion,
Bupropion.
Buprenorphine.
thank you, those are hard medical words, on or about April 19th, 2024, in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no
It's
contest?
next
I
to
admit
the
to that
P
one. That one
warmer.
is also a prescription. I was getting the Sublocade shot once a month.
Okay. So were you on medically assisted treatment?
I guess, yeah, I guess you would
You
say
could
that.
say that.
On allegation 10, by having used benzodiazepine on or about April 19th, 2024, in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
Admit, and I also have a prescription
Hmm.
for that one.
A street prescription or a prescription written by a doctor?
And then on allegation 11, by having tampered with a substance test device or test on or about April 19th, 2024, in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
I denied that one. I did not try to use the
The P warmer?
urine that I had to pass any drug test for parole or probation or
But for a drug test,
bef-
you were
for-
planning to, right?
for a job, yeah.
Yeah.
But
Deny?
I wasn't trying to like
Yeah.
do it for parole or the jail or anything like that.
And it's not
nothing
saying
like that.
anything about trying to do that in regard to your criminal case or your parole or your things like that. It just says in here, having tampered with substance test device for testing, period.
Hmm.
I didn't get a drug test, so no, I deny that one.
Mm-hmm. Deny.
I didn't have to use it.
Mm-mm. I just had the
Had they
pistol.
pulled you over, had they not pulled you over, and you not had contact with officers, would you have used it?
No, I didn't need it that day.
I wasn't gonna get the job.
Possibly, maybe. So I was gonna go back Monday, and he was gonna
Like, come on,
show
bro,
me
let's get
the-
it together.
the job site and stuff. So possibly, if I would have got drug tested, then I probably would have tried to use it.
Probably. Wait, what? So do you want to change your plea from not guilty?
And the
to
reason I ask
guilty?
these questions is so I can put this in your report, because on denials, the board can set an evidentiary hearing to further discuss this situation if they choose to. I'm not saying that they will, but they could, just so that you are aware of that. So in the denials, I like to try and get as much information as possible so that they can have that information and make a decision in those cases. So we will go ahead and accept admissions to allegations 1 through 10. Revoke your parole for November 1st, 2022. Make note
Yeah.
of your denial and allegation
You
11.
are right, U.S. Army.
Tell me a little bit about how parole was going.
That was going fantastic.
So
Great.
I had been clean for God since I got locked up, and I didn't touch. I'm an opiate addict, so like that's a big thing for me. I hadn't touched it for about 3 years. I did relapse one time in that 14 months on meth, in which I did admit to APMP, even though I passed the drug test.
When did you relapse on meth?
I want to say in like December, maybe. I mean, but it wasn't like a thing where I kept going. I mean, I used it once and then I didn't use it after that.
So on your allegation 7, it talks about using meth for April 19th, 2024. Tell me a little bit about that.
So like I was doing fentanyl, a few days prior, I had used meth. It's something I don't really do much, but
So you've had other relapses then?
right, I've had one prior to that, but I was able to control it, you know?
Thank you,
I
U.S.
mean,
Army, for sharing the
I go to
light.
the
Highly
doctor, I get my
appreciate
Sublocade shot every month, so that was helping me with my opiate addiction.
it.
So what were you doing for your stimulant addiction? Because you said that, so
So,
did you use methamphetamine then and fentanyl on
right.
around that
Not- so
time?
Meth, I didn't use that day. It was a couple of days prior to that.
Native
But
Girl,
I mean, the
thank you. Highly
fentanyl, I
appreciate
had
for
been
sharing
on
the
it,
live.
I don't know, a couple weeks because I had checked myself into a detox because it was getting out of control. So, I mean, I was trying to get a hold of it. I was in the detox. I called my parole officer, asked him to help. He told me to come check in, and all he was worried about was me getting a job. I honestly, I think I maybe should have done some treatment after the sober or the detox. But I mean, that's on me. I should have done something more
I thought
about
it
it
was on me.
instead of just going back home and going right back to the same stuff.
Well, and it sounds like you became aware that the fentanyl was actually becoming a problem because you couldn't stop.
Right. I mean,
So when you say you could control it, you really couldn't.
no, I mean, that's with any drug. I mean,
Wait,
especially opiates. I've been an opiate addict since I was 15 years old when I broke my knee. So that's a problem. I mean, for me, not touching it for almost 3 years.
The opiates.
Sublocade has pretty much, I think, honestly saved my life. If I didn't have that, I mean, I don't know where I would be. I
Barrio
would
Love
probably be
Oldies,
dead. You know
thank
what I
you for
mean?
Which
sharing
is,
the live.
which
Highly
is good that
appreciate
you've
it.
been able to abstain from the opiates, but the fentanyl is going to kill you quicker.
Right, I know. I consider that an opiate. And like, I've never seen it until recently, you know, and it was pretty tough one. I mean,
So tell me what the chances are of you at this point being able to abstain from.
so what I want to do, honestly, when I get out, I own a home. I just recently bought a home last year, and
Yeah, how'd you
where
buy a
I'm
home
from,
Where
there's
is it?
not really anywhere for people to go. So honestly, I've been thinking a lot
that.
about it, and I really want to open a sober living out there and kind of help people and at the same time help myself, you know what I mean? So, I mean, that's something that I know it's going to be a lot of hard work, but I think I know I can do it. So I think
What city is this?
Roosevelt. When I got back there, I've had the same parole officer since I started parole pretty much. Right when I went back and I told him I was gonna buy a home and he's like, "Why did you come back here?" He's like, "You'll never be successful out here." Pretty much telling me I was gonna fail. So that right there was kind of a kick to the gut, you know what I mean? I'd been using for a couple weeks at that time and I don't know, I just let it go too far, honestly.
Well, and I mean,
And Barrio Love Oldies
to his
writes,
benefit,
thank you for sharing this.
he
I
was
really am
right.
enjoying
Right.
and
you had
very
already been using
helpful.
for a couple of
My
weeks,
level
right?
goes up for
Right.
Back in
board
Roosevelt.
December.
Well, it started
you.
out
Highly
here in
appreciate
Salt
it.
Lake, honestly. I mean, if I would have stayed here, I think my parole officer out here she would have made me do treatment. Out there, it's kind of like, it's a lot different
Okay.
than parole out here. It's harder. They
name
make it
is-
harder. I mean, I'm
my
not
name,
saying
Laughing
that
Out
I don't
Loud.
make it harder
Thank
on
you for the
myself
follow.
because I do.
Ugh,
But like
man.
when I need support and I ask him for help, I mean, who else do I have to lean on besides somebody like him? You know what I mean? And instantly he's quick to judge and put me down. And it's been like that the whole time I've been on parole out there. So, I mean, that's
That's where you're from, you said, right?
right. He asked me why I'd moved back and I said, well, because this is my home. This is where I'm from. well, you have nothing out here. I said, sure I do. The rest of my family's out here. I lost my mother. I've lost my grandparents the last 5, 8 years, so it's been rough on me.
Your sister wrote a letter. Did you get a copy of that?
I haven't yet.
So she did write a letter in support of you. I did read that prior to this hearing, just so you are aware. That should be disclosed to you by your case manager at any time.
Okay.
Just so that you are aware. Is she out there in Roosevelt?
He lives in Vernal, so like I bought the house. It's in Roosevelt technically, but it's on Uena County side. So like, yeah, she's out there. She's very supportive. Honestly, she's taking care of my house, my dog. Like she's paying all my bills. Like I have lots of responsibilities out there that now that I have a clear and I'm clear-headed now, I needed to come back here and get clean because honestly, I don't think I could have done it on my own.
Okay.
So, I mean, prisons for the most part's been good. I've been working on myself here. I'm in a victim impact class. I work 5 days a week. I work in the kitchen.
Okay.
So like, I'm pretty busy. I'm trying to get into DBT class, DBT therapy right now. So I'm just waiting on that.
How long have you been working in the kitchen?
Huh?
How long have you been working in the kitchen?
3 months,
Okay.
pretty much the whole time I've been here.
And I don't, so I see where you're started impact of crime.
Right. Yeah, I haven't finished it. I'm still doing the class. I actually have a class today.
What did you say you were trying to get into?
DBT
Okay.
therapy. And then honestly, schooling, I've been trying to get into schooling for like a business tech or whatever. But that's kind of like it takes a while. So, I mean, if I end up having enough time, that's something I'm going to look into for sure. I just got to do the tape testing, which I don't know why it's so hard for me to get in there, but I just finally got like a caseworker that's a solid caseworker, so I can kind of get him to start helping me get into schooling and stuff like that. So,
Do you feel like, or have you looked into getting in any substance abuse programming at all?
not in here, no.
Okay.
I was in solid, but I got moved. So, I don't know. It's a good program, but I don't know. They don't have therapists and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So
Right.
it's honestly, maybe if I end up getting out soon, I could look into like residential or maybe outpatient.
Okay.
So,
Tell me a little bit about your mental health.
right now it's good. I kind of learned how to just deal with it. I use marijuana, so that helps a lot when I'm out there.
Do you have any mental health diagnoses?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you feel like you have anything that you struggle with?
ADHD
PTSD,
for sure.
depression?
I
Okay.
know I've got problems there. My doctor, I plan on talking to her about it. I did take like a testing for it, and I do have ADHD. So, I mean, that's
Would-
something that I would like to get medications for.
What is your marijuana for?
So it helps, honestly, stress, anxiety, mainly pain, because I've got bad joints. My knees are bad. I have a bad back. I don't know. And I'm a drug addict, simple as that. I like to stimulate myself, and that's just, I don't know. That's just how I've been for half my life.
What substance abuse programming have you done before?
So I graduated Hope in 2019.
Okay.
I've done a couple assessments. I can't remember what the places are called, but I've done a couple assessments. When I got that dirty back in December,
Keep
I
it
had to
TikTok.
restart
Gracias,
it.
Melissa. I
So
appreciate it.
I wasn't able to do that. I was working a lot. I'd work in Kennecott, and so like I was really busy. I should have been taking care of all that counseling and therapy and stuff like that, but I was working so much that it just kind of just got in the way.
If you are paroled, sir, what is that gonna look like for you? What do you plan on, do you plan on going back to Roosevelt
Well,
with your house?
I do have a home there. I mean, it just depends on you guys too. Like, if you guys want me to go do residential, then that's what I'm gonna do. I think honestly that if I go home, I'm clear-headed, I can make good decisions and honestly look into, like I said, doing a sober living.
So if you are paroled and the board allows you to go to an address, then are you planning on going back to your house?
Absolutely, 100%.
As far as work goes, what are your plans?
So I will probably just go back to the same job I had in the oil fields.
Okay.
I pretty much got a job right when I get out. Therapy out there is a little different. So like I would have to do it because they do it over the phone or the tablet nowadays. So like I would probably look into something like that if I'm busy working and stuff.
Busy, you say?
And you said you have family back in Roosevelt. Tell me, like, do they have substance use issues? Are they involved in the
So
system?
my sister, no, I actually have two sisters out there. They don't use drugs. My little niece, she's kind of going through, she's 15, and she's kind of going through some things. So like I would absolutely be there for her, and my sister, she's kind of just, so me and my brother in and out of prison and jail, and
So you
she
do
has
have
to.
positive supports out there.
I do, absolutely, 100%. I mean, my dad, he lives here in Orem, so he's a good support. Yeah, good friends out there that don't use drugs. I mean,
Okay.
simply, it comes down to my people I choose to go around, and
Okay.
that this time I know for sure that's the thing I need to work on the most is the people I surround myself with. Like my house, I got locked up and I had somebody living in there and they just tore my house up. So like I'm done trying to like help people that are gonna screw me over pretty much. So I don't know.
Okay. So is there anything else you would like the board to know or feel like the board needs to know at this point?
I take
Yeah, Keith, hey, highly
responsibility
appreciate
for
it.
what
So
I've
on
done.
TikTok, they
And I'm
I
sorry.
got a lot of restrictions and whatnot, so I gotta cut the stream and re-upload.
Well,
it
what I
because
plan on doing
I
is
don't have
taking the
those issues
information we
on
discussed
TikTok.
today, compiling
I don't
that
have
into
those
a
issues on
report and
YouTube.
submitting that to the board. You're well aware the board is the one who has the final say over your case. They're the ones that make the final decision. You currently have an 11-month guideline, which puts you at March 19th, 2025. You are also well aware that is just a guideline, meaning they can go below that, on that, or past that, depending on if they want to see you complete something prior to a parole. You have an 11-year top, which puts you at May 22nd, 2028. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses.
Right, so I was looking over my time I've done and I couldn't believe it,
Melissa
but
put
I've had,
denied.
in the last 10 years, I've got over 5 years in jail or prison. Last few years, it's been in prison. So, I mean, I've done a lot of time on these charges. I expedited 2 0-5s last year. I mean, each time I parole, I do better and better. And I think this time
This is it.
I'm gonna
This is
do
the
better
one.
than I've ever done.
Well, and just so you know, a lot of the times with the DUI cases, they will probably want you to complete substance abuse programming prior to a parole, just so you are aware.
All right,
Anything else, sir?
that's it. Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day.
Have a good one. So, what do you guys think? Do you guys think that what the outcome of this hearing is going to be? Is he going to be found suitable? Are they going to deny him? What are your guys' thoughts? Melissa, I would be a mean officer. Hey, that's what I tell my wife too. Like, don't ever become a parole officer. Don't become a judge, because people are going to be getting they're going to be getting some severe penalties. And my wife doesn't like to drag her feet when it comes to justice. So justice is going to definitely be swift and fast, and probably in most cases, it's probably going to end up bad for the perpetrator, if you will. And hopefully she doesn't come and hopefully she didn't hear that because she might come barging in and knock my door down. She's working right now. She works from home, so I'm in my office. She's in hers, but sometimes the sound it gets through, and she can hear what I'm saying. So I gotta keep it quiet. Gotta keep it low. So right now, the audio's off on the board of parole hearing. I don't have any control over that. Whenever they enable it, we'll be able to hear them. Maybe they're bringing in the next person in. So as soon as they come in, then they'll turn on the audio. For now, it's gonna be me. And so let me tell you a little bit about the YouTube channel. On the YouTube channel, if you do decide, to migrate over from TikTok, you will find a playlist. If you go under @collect call from, hit the playlist, and you'll probably find about 20 different individuals so far over the last year that they have gone over their journeys with us. The majority of them are currently incarcerated. We have had a few individuals.
This is the time and place set for an
We're in.
original
We'll let the
hearing
games
for
begin.
Ricky Gallegos, inmate 141218. Is that you, sir?
Bruce Wright
Yes, ma'am.
denied.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today because I'll be taking testimony from you. I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Watch
Thank
out
you,
for that
sir.
chancla.
Sir, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes,
Did you have a chance to review that?
yes.
Did you have any questions on it?
No. no
Hey, do you want to
question.
acknowledge the fact that you do have some supports here? We just ask that you guys remain quiet while we go through this hearing. They'll give you a couple minutes after the hearing to kind of talk with him. Do also want to make note that we do have a victim who will be speaking today over the phone in your case as
Oh.
well, okay?
Did
So,
anybody catch his name? I didn't catch
what
his
I
name.
plan on doing is going over your current committing offenses. I will make note on here that the board wanted you to complete a residential substance abuse program prior to this hearing, as well as participate in cognitive behavioral therapy and domestic violence. In case 201-902-507, you were convicted of a third-degree felony aggravated assault, as well as a second-degree felony tampering with a witness. This occurred on February 1st, 2020, where officers responded to the residence of the victim who indicated that the father of her children, you, became angry when she tried to leave the residence. You had wrapped your arms around her neck and held the position until she was unable to breathe and lost consciousness.
Ooh.
She awoke on the floor of the bedroom where your father entered the room and told you guys to stop fighting. After he left, you returned and punched the victim and strangled her a second time. At one point, she was able to get away from you and receive text messages from you stating that you were sorry for hurting her. When she did not respond, you began threatening and harassing her and asked her not to call the cops. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you wanted to add to that?
Can you please speak up, sir? We
I
can't
have
hear you.
paper. It's okay if I read it.
Is it what type of?
It's something that I wanted to explain something I wanted to say that I wouldn't remember and saying, so I took time to write this. So
Okay,
that
so
way-
I'll let you read that a little later on in the hearing, but I will give you the opportunity to read it. How long is it?
Whoa.
it's about
You're
2
jumping the
pages.
gun.
So I
2
will give you an
pages.
opportunity to do that a little bit later, okay? In case 201-911-707, you were convicted of a second-degree felony stalking, where officers
Stalking.
responded to the same victim's home, where she had reported that you had been threatening, harassing, and violating on an active protective order between the dates of July 24th, 2020 and October 8th, 2020 on numerous occasions. You had contacted her, begging her to go to your residence. She agreed in hopes that you would stop harassing her. When she arrived, you began yelling at her
Do you interview
as she tried
inmates?
to leave. So she tried to leave. You held a
Yes,
beer
I do.
bottle over her head and told her if she left that you were going to break the bottle over her head. You kept her in the bedroom for approximately an hour before finally allowing her to leave. You told her that if she went to the police that you would kill her. She showed officers approximately 67 text messages and emails that you had sent to her. such as "you're dead," "better kiss your kids," all you can, because at the very least you're ... and you or someone you're gonna see, you're dead, or someone you gonna see when I blast a shell through your window if I do that, or I'm just wrecking your whole house. Another message was sent at a later date, including, "It's your fault and you really think I don't know where you at. I want you to be dead in your own ugly indicates. And I hate you for life now. And when I get locked up, it's going to be when you are gone." Then at another date, you had texted, "Buster ass bitch, it's funny you think you hidden, I think anyway, but you're too fucking stupid. Realize who out your window. You ain't protected. The fact you
Come again?
ain't here, send a fucking rage through me." And then at a later date, she reported that she had received additional text messages from the defendant. At a later date, she reported an additional 30 more messages received from the defendant, which included, "Bitch,
This
you
dude
deserve the
is
shit I
toxic.
got
Yeah.
planned for you. Bet you
Hella
fucking lying
toxic.
ass slut. Watch, hope you got back up the kind that will ride for you like I do. Botch, you're dead. And when I get you, you're done, I promise you." Another text message states, "I'm dead. Serious. I want your head and gonna get it. I ain't doing 25 for you or anyone else."
Wait,
Is that
what?
accurate, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you wanted to add to that?
He needs to have those messages
Taking full
proofread before
accountability
they're
for my
sent out.
actions.
Okay.
Everything you read was accurate. I really can't add no more except that I'm very remorseful for what I've done. I'm changed. I've done a lot of classes in here. I did the residential substance abuse I did a year in there. Well, actually 3 years in that.
You completed that in May 2020 for the successful completion, then, and I show where you went back into it for a period of time. Is that accurate? Okay.
Yeah, I did. I went back into it. I needed it. I still need programming.
Melissa, what you think?
I just very remorseful that I made victims out of everybody that I did.
Did you share children with this individual?
Yes, ma'am. I have 2 kids with her.
Okay. Sir, if there's restitution owing in your case, are you willing to pay that?
Yes, ma'am.
I know it was sent back to the trial court, but just. I know you've completed some courses. Tell me what you feel like you've learned in those courses.
I've learned a lot of thinking errors that I have. I've also learned coping skills that I have
Okay.
during anger management, victim impact. I've learned what a victim goes through, the effect that I have on them.
Okay.
Residential substance abuse. I've realized why I use.
Why do you use?
Sometimes I don't know how to deal with emotions. I have emotional dysfunction when
Okay.
it comes to emotions. I used to escape reality. I used to as a scapegoat for
Okay.
everything.
When did you start using and what was your drug of choice?
Old,
How old?
13.
Okay. What was your drug of choice?
I started drinking at a young age and smoking cigarettes. And
Okay.
then 15, I started doing meth and cocaine. And then it just went on and on. And then I started experimenting with other drugs, but meth and alcohol were my primary drug of choice.
Okay.
And that's what I continued to use. And that's what I was using the day that I got arrested.
Sir, do you have any mental health diagnoses?
Yes.
Tell me about those.
I have depression, severe depression,
Shit,
and anxiety.
we all got depression.
I have mood instability, which I take lamotrigine for.
I
And
have
that those
anxiety
are
every
the
time I
only
go to
ones I've been
Walmart.
diagnosed with.
Do you take medications for the depression, anxiety as well? How do you feel like the medications help?
Medications help a lot. They've actually worked with me, mental health, and we got my dose on a good dose right now. It's
Your
working.
level?
Yes, my levels are good.
How's your physical health? Is there anything that would prevent you from being able to complete a parole?
I have spinal stenosis, but that's nothing that's gonna stop me. I successfully completed parole last time I did it.
And I do see where you've completed several courses as well since you have been here. So it seems like you have been using your time well as far as since being in here.
I've done MRT. I've done Inside Out Dad, which Inside Out Dad has told me where I went wrong as being a parent, where I was irresponsible. And
I got hit again
MRT
on
was moral
TikTok.
recognition therapy, so I learned the effects that I had on my family.
Okay.
I learned a victim. A lot of
Okay. What do you feel like overall for you has changed so something like this doesn't happen in the future?
my victim impact, anger management. I've realized how my actions and behaviors affect how they ripple effect down, not just with my victim, but I make victims out of a lot of people.
Okay.
In my case, not just them.
Okay.
I'm sorry, ma'am. That's why when I was under oath, now that I'm under oath, I just forget a lot of stuff, and I'm very nervous. That's why I wrote my.
You're fine. And I'll give you a chance to read your statement that you've got to in a little bit. Let's go over your disciplinaries you've received since you've been here. You've got a few of them. Back in March 29, 2023, you had a substance abuse. Do you remember that one?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
There was another time when I was emotionally deranged. I just used.
Okay.
There's a lot around me at all times. I can't really blame it on anybody. I can't really blame it on anything except myself. That I chose to do it, and I need to take accountability for it.
Okay. On November 25th, 2023, you have another substance abuse. Do you remember that one?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Same thing. I just very irresponsible. I threw everything that I learned out the window, and I just didn't care at that time.
Okay. And then on June 24th, 2024, you have another
Melissa
substance
writes,
abuse. Do you
"He
remember that
doesn't
one?
look resentful
Tell me about that.
or remorseful."
Was that the alcohol?
Yeah, where you had pineapple.
Yeah. So I had pineapple. I was actually making alcohol for myself, and I had pineapple crushed up. So that's the pre-ingredient
Okay.
of how you make alcohol. And I had those in coffee bags. And I was making alcohol for myself.
Okay.
Another relapse.
And then July 31st, 2024, you have another substance abuse. Tell me about that one.
Yeah, that was I had alcohol.
Okay, another alcohol.
Yes.
All this talk about pineapples making
I
me
had a
hungry.
bag when they did searches in my cell.
In March 10th, 2024, you had an interfering with investigation false statement. Tell me about that.
So I was going to I went to Pill
Greg
Line.
writes, my only
I was
addiction is
getting,
coffee. I'm down to 2
gabapentin.
cups a day.
And there was 3 different pill lines that go every day when I was in Green. I was supposed to go to 2 of them, but instead I was going to 3 of them. And so one day the officer or the med tech asked me if I had went to the previous pill line, and I told her no.
Okay.
And
Told her, Charlie.
the officer was there, and he wrote me up for lying. She checked the chart, and they charged me for going.
Okay.
Hey, Billy, thank you for sharing that.
And then you have a pending
stream.
one, July 28th,
Appreciate it.
2024 for forgery. Wow, that was hard.
Forgery.
Fraud, theft, insufficient funds. I'm not going to ask you about this one because it is still pending, but just know that is something that they will take into consideration
It
as
must
well.
have been
No,
the
it's
Chase
finished.
glitch.
Okay. You're more than welcome to talk about it if you want.
Don't
It's up
do
to
it.
you.
I
Don't
took
do
an
it.
extra tray.
Okay. Which, given the other ones, I will just say is less severe than the other ones that you've already been dealt with already, so. So after taking substance abuse programming, and all the programming you've done, it's kind of hard when you have these disciplinaries, especially so recent. So tell me
That's a good question, Keith. How do you
a little
commit
bit about
fraud in
all of
prison?
that in the sense that you've done programming, you've done what the board has asked you to do, but you're still continuing to struggle.
With substance abuse,
Mhm.
I use substances when I'm just an addict.
What's going to help you?
When
Not
I was in
using it.
programming, I never used programming. I need more programming. I need more therapy.
Okay.
It seems like when I have structure in my life that I do better. And that's what I was going to ask the board for,
More
Okay.
time?
more programming.
More time. I'm sure they could set you up with that.
Sir, if the board were to parole you, what would that look like?
To be successful.
What are your plans?
I want to go to a halfway house. I'd like ankle monitor. So
GPS?
that way I'd be monitored at all times. I'd want substance abuse.
Checking
I'd
in
want to be
weekly
ordered
with
to keep a
your
full-time job at all times.
PO.
Have you ever had issues getting work?
No.
Do you have a place set up?
Okay. Just a halfway house. Me and my dad has talked about it. And we both decided that a halfway house would be better than just going straight home. So I could become more stable.
Okay. What I want to do now is give your give the victim the opportunity to speak.
Oh.
Ma'am, I'm going to have you state your name for the record and go ahead and state your name for the record.
Tina Logan.
Do you swear and affirm the information you're about to give is truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Ma'am, what would you like me to know?
Just who Mr. Gallegos really is. This facade of a person that's even acting as if he has remorse right now is not who he genuinely is. This man still continues to lie to those around him about what really happened and why he's in there. As recently as 2 weeks ago, I've been harassed by family members and friends. It has not stopped since he's been incarcerated. It's just not as intense. That's all. And I do not see him stopping ever. Basically, a parole date would just be a timeline for me to run. And that's not fair.
Ooh.
I've lived in Utah my entire life. I shouldn't have to leave the state just so that I don't have to worry about somebody trying to kill me. This man it's not just him. It's everybody he's associated with. It's everybody. He's never given up. He talks about an ex-gang life. It's not ex, it's current, it's family. He will never leave that. It is continued. It has never stopped. My children have had to leave the state because they are terrified of him. They don't want to be around here when he gets out. And that's not okay. He has bragged to people about murdering his own children. He has made plans about this. He is manifesting it. This is basically, again, a timeline of how much time I've got to hide or my kids. And my kids are the ones that are the biggest victims of all of this. They have not just this one incident, of course. It's never just one incident when it comes to domestic violence. We're talking 17 years of torture from this man. He's held me captive. He's beat me. He's held knives to my pregnant stomach, kicking me at the same time. He is a disgusting human being. He is evil. He's going to kill somebody if he hasn't already, which I'm pretty sure he probably has. Before I came along in his life, his ex-wife was subject. She was his victim. She was giving birth to their child when he decided to stab her. He is never going to stop. He is violent. He is vindictive. He is hateful. He is a pathological liar, and he is manipulative. And he is manipulating the parole board right now with his lies. This is not who he is. He's done so many programs. That's all he knows how to do. He is institutionalized at this point. He will not know how to succeed in society. He is a danger to everyone around him. His support system is nothing but liars and people that will assist him with his endeavors in destroying everybody's lives. This man has taken so much from me, my children, not just financially, physically. It's taken years, I'm sure, off of all of our lives. My kids should not be scared of their dad. And I know that if they were around and it was just the right circumstances, he would just be out there, left out for dry, and who knows what he would do. And I don't want to think about it. But you hear about that stuff every day in the news. I don't want to be another statistic or my kids to be another statistic. The only reason I'm still standing here is because he was incarcerated. I know 1,000%, Mr. Gallegos is going to be the end of me one day. But whenever that is, again, that's for the board to decide. He hasn't learned anything. Again, 2 weeks ago, still getting harassed because he continues to spread lies and hasn't owned up to anything to anybody. It's all lies. It's all manipulation. That's all he knows how to do. That's all. He's just been supported by people that allow him to have these behaviors, and that is all he is ever going to do. He is too damn old to change. It's too old. It's too late. He's got 3 amazing kids. He's got a grandbaby he will never meet because she is terrified of him. Mr. Gallegos called his own daughter, and threatened her life over the phone. For what? Because she didn't want to tolerate his bullshit anymore. He is not a victim of anything. His mental health, he is a manipulator. He's a master manipulator. He was on bail for 10 months before they were able to get him. In that 10 months, I went through hell. I could have went into protective custody that was offered to me. My son was in his senior year of high school, trying to graduate when all this chaos was going on. My daughter was just finishing her junior high. We went into so much turmoil. I was a prisoner in my own house, scared to even walk outside because I didn't know who would be driving by. I had complete strangers sending me death threats. I had him telling me he put a green light on me. This is the person that is asking to be released. I'm actually really shocked that he even talks about a halfway house. That was never anything that I would have thought he would even agree to. But I'm sure, again, more manipulation. That's it. That's just who he is. He's a manipulator. He needs to be in there for as long as possible to keep everybody safe. He is just a detriment on just society and everybody around him. And again, his release date is when I need to know when I got to hide. That's it. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, ma'am. What did you want to do with the statements from your kids?
I do have one from his daughter that I can read out to the court, and then I can also email it over.
Okay.
This is his oldest daughter, Alexis. Also the mother to his only grandchild. Sorry. Give me 1 second. It's coming up.
Man, that you could hear the voice in her the pain in her voice, man.
You know,
That
I could
it's
just send it
definitely
over
heartbreaking.
because I am not finding it. I thought I had it brought up already, but apparently not.
Okay. Just go ahead and send those over then, and those will be taken into consideration as well, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Gallegos, what would you like me to know?
Yeah. What do you have to say for
Is it
yourself
okay
now?
if I read this paper? Hello, I'm writing this paper regarding my crimes for this hearing. I'm going to start this by saying the crimes I'm in prison for are the worst things I've ever done in my life. I broke the law and made a victim out of the mother of my children. There's no extent to how sorry and remorseful that I am for the emotional and the physical pain that I caused her. I'm so sorry for the way I grabbed her by putting my arm around her neck and choking her. I'm so sorry for the horrible and disgusting text messages that I sent her. I also hurt our kids by my choices and behaviors. I hurt my father. I hurt my whole family and made them victims of my actions and behaviors. There's no extent to the remorse that I have and the shame and the guilt I have for doing these horrible things. All my family wanted was for me to quit using meth and drinking. I ended up choosing meth and alcohol over my family. Instead of changing, I chose to act aggressively when I was approached about it. I was so wrong for hurting Tina because she never deserved it. She's a good mother and a good person, and when we were together, she was good to me. She never deserved any of what I put her through. None of my family deserved it, especially Tina. I know that we have both moved on, and I hope that Tina finds the happiness that she deserves. I also will respect the law and the Board of Pardons and not contact her. I myself have also moved on and am with someone who is and will be my support if and when
Thank you,
I am
Greg.
released.
Appreciate the follow.
I have done a lot of good things since I've been in prison. I've graduated Conquest and completed classes like MRT, Inside Out Dad, Victim Impact, Anger Management. And I've also participated in testifying in a murder case
Mm, mm, mm,
and
mm.
many other things. I learned a lot about my thinking errors, high-risk situations, and coping skills, and many more things that I can apply to my life. I've also made some bad choices while in prison. The biggest one was relapse. I let myself and everyone down. Since then, I have picked myself back up from my downfall and am back on track again in my recovery. Please forgive me and believe me when I say I want to and I'm going to change and live a sober life and be a productive member of society. I'm never going to hurt my family or anyone ever again. I'm asking the Board of Pardons to please allow me to parole to the halfway house with strict stipulations like ankle monitor so I could be monitored at all times, and to order me to do a program out there to continue to do my therapy. I've successfully completed parole before, and I'm confident in doing it again. In closing, thank you for your time to allow me to read this.
Do you mind if the officers take that and make a copy of it so they can send it to me so I can put that in your file so the board can have a copy of that as well?
Yes, let's take that.
Sir, tell me a little bit about your history on violence against females that you've had relationships with.
I've had a relationship with my older kid's mom. It's very dysfunctional.
Okay.
We both used drugs. We both drank. I can only take accountability for what I've done. Yes, there were arguments. Yes, there were physical altercations. And yes, there was domestic violence all the way around.
Did you stab your ex-wife?
No.
What?
Tell me gang status.
Right now, I'm modified. I'm
How
no
long were you in the
longer.
gang for and what gang were you in?
I was 13 till I was 30 years old.
Okay.
I was in Serranos. Serranos 13. 13. I'm no longer involved in that. No longer hang around gang members or anything. I just got out of an active section because I no longer am in that.
How long were you, or, how long have you been in the modified program?
I haven't been in the modified program.
I thought you just said you
I
modified.
modified because I don't gangbang no more. So as far as modified, I've modified because I've chosen not to gangbang no more.
You're not in the modified program at the prison to get removed off of the gang list.
I'm not on the gang list.
Yeah, wherever that, but you've not moved into that program. You've just self-modified.
Yeah. Self-modified.
Are you on an active unit still?
No,
No, he's not gonna be if somebody's watching this on TikTok.
I'm not in an active unit because I wasn't active. And I was forced to leave that section because they were active gang members who I couldn't live with.
So in the community, you were an active gang member. You say you've left the gang. What is that gonna look like in regard to when you're out? Is there gonna be retaliation? Is there gonna be, have you retired out of it? Are they letting you get out of it? Tell me about that, what that's gonna look
I
like.
got jumped twice.
Got jumped
time-
out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Last time when I was in Draper. I
How long
got
ago was
jumped
that?
twice. I was in 2012, 2011.
So you got jumped 2011 and in 2012?
Yes. I got jumped in the Okra facility, and then I got jumped again in the Wasatch facility when I was there.
Anything else you'd like the board to know at this point, sir?
I'm very sorry. I know that I've made a lot of victims out of a lot of people. I don't know what the future is going to hold with my kids, but I do want to be a part of their future. I have no idea what status. I haven't talked to them. I haven't contacted Tina Logan since I've been in here.
Okay.
I plan on not contacting her at all. She has nothing to worry about there. As far as my kids go, hopefully one day they'll want to know me again.
Okay. Well, sir, what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report, submitting that to the board. Just so you are all aware, I do listen to these hearings over when I'm writing and submitting my reports. It's ultimately up to the board on what is going to happen in your case. You currently have a 15-year top, which puts you at November 10th of 2035, which is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case,
2035.
given there are no other further offenses. It's up to the board on whether they're going to allow you to parole, hold on to you longer, with other programming mentioned. Prior to a parole, they will take into consideration what you have completed. Like I mentioned before, another concern, though, are those most recent substance abuse disciplinaries that you've received and things like that. They will take into consideration the information the victim submits as well as the victim statement. Excuse me, that was made. You have a 47-month top, which puts you at October 9th, 2024. That guideline is what it is. It's just a guideline. They can go below that, on that, or past that, depending on if they want to see you complete something. I do appreciate the
board is soft,
participation,
he'll be
especially
out.
from the
think so?
victim, because I know these cases aren't easy to have to relive some of the things that they've had to go through. So I do appreciate their input and taking the time to attend this hearing. If there are no other further questions, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing at this time.
So what do you guys
Pray to
think?
God that I get a parole date.
Thank you, sir. Good luck to you. Have a good day.
So what do you guys think? I got a comment right here from Mike Dale on the TikTok side, and he writes, "Utah board is soft. He'll be out." What do you guys think? Do you guys think they'll deny or find them suitable to parole? And I think Greg writes, I think he's not going anywhere. I mean, if they listen to the victim, oh man, her testimony is it was heartbreaking. Just listening to saying what she was going through. Her family reaching out to him, making all kinds of threats. It's bananas. But I don't know. But you know what they said. There's two stories to the, or there's three stories to every side. What's the truth? I don't know. We're just spectators on the sidelines, right? Let me see. Giselle writes he wouldn't be out. Lisa writes they'll give him a chance. Let me see. Lexi, I think he's gonna stay right where he is at. Greg, no way. He will be denied. Let me see on the YouTube side. Melissa writes denied. Keith writes, no man, he's not gonna get out anytime soon. He ain't going nowhere. But what was the sentence? So his sentence was he still had another 11. I think he was well, I know his sentence was until the longest time they could hold him was until 2035, so another 11 years. But I'm not sure how long he had been down for. I'm not sure if he had already been down like 4 years. I don't recall when the act happened. So, and JPA, welcome JP. How are you doing today on the YouTube side? All right. So I am doing a simultaneous stream. I am streaming on TikTok and on YouTube. If you see the TikTok stream go down, I'll be
Do we
right
have a
back
victim
up.
on this?
Sometimes I'll get notifications that there's violations
No,
going on
no,
and
we don't.
whatnot, so I have to shut
Sorry,
it down
we're
really
good?
quick and I'll bring it back up. So.
This is the time and place set for an original hearing for Frederick Hidalgo, inmate 2533229. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
I received the blue packet, but I guess the date was on the computer, but not in the blue packet.
When did you receive your blue packet?
About a month ago, I would
Okay,
say.
so you've received more than 7 days' notice.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay, so did you have any questions on it? Did you have a chance to go through it?
I went through it.
Okay.
I read it a couple times, yeah.
What I plan on doing is going over your current committing offenses, and then we'll kind of see what you've been up to since you've been here, okay?
Sure.
In case
Hey, Greg, highly appreciate it.
211-904-922, you were
211.
convicted of a third-degree felony attempted
Okay,
robbery.
likes. Awesome
This
channel,
occurred
brother.
around
Gracias,
April
highly
27,
appreciate it.
2021, where officers responded to a fight with a weapon at approximately, well, they gave a street. The individual stated that a male later identified as you had grabbed his bag of groceries and attempted to take
I
them
am
away.
Lola. Gracias for
You then
that
threw rocks at the
follow.
individual, striking him in his arm. You then continued following the individual into a parking lot. The individual picked up a plastic pole to defend himself, and you picked up a steel rebar. The individual was able to take that rebar from you, and then you ran and locked yourself inside a shop and held the door closed. Officers asked you to stop. Once they caught up with you, you began running across the crosswalk onto the tracks platform. You then ran inside the gateway in and began holding the door shut from inside. Officers were able to pull the door open and detain you. The victim was able to positively identify you as the suspect. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes, it is
Anything you
accurate.
wanted to add?
This was about 3 years ago. There's nothing really to add, miss. Evidently, I'm guilty of the crime.
Okay.
Repented, but guilty nonetheless, you know?
Okay. In case 211-904-842, you were convicted of a second-degree felony, aggravated assault by prisoner. This occurred around May 2nd, 2021, where you were in the Salt Lake County jail where a deputy was working. You had become agitated when you were told that you were not going to be moved to general population, and you placed your arm around the door, preventing the deputy from closing it. The deputy pushed you away from the door, and you pushed the deputy, who fell backward against the wall and floor. You then punched the deputy in the face and then grabbed a window squeegee, which had a wooden broom handle attached to it, and hit the deputy multiple times in the head. The deputy received a 6 to 8 inch long laceration on his head and began bleeding profusely and was taken to the hospital. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes, it is.
Anything you wanted to add to that?
No, miss.
Tell me what was going on during this time.
Honestly, it's been a really difficult struggle in my homelessness. I was embracing a very debaucherous lifestyle of drug use.
Okay.
And I was coming off of a lot of hard substances, including heroin and methamphetamines, spice, marijuana.
Thank you for
And
sharing that live. Highly
I've been
appreciate
homeless
it.
since 2019 here in Utah alone. But before that, I was also homeless about 5 years in Idaho, Boise, and Meridian, Idaho also. It's been a really tough struggle after my mom passed away from cancer in 2014, November 23rd. This will be the 10th year anniversary. Um, so I've been striving my best to become a better individual. I've served 900 plus days in ADC, and it wasn't enough, evidently. I came here to the prison, and I've been down since May. It'll be 4 months on the 23rd, I believe, of September. And by some spiritual grace, I've been sober since all the UAs came back negative.
How long have you been sober?
For about 4 months now.
Mm.
And in spite of temptations
You gotta
and
start somewhere.
um, drugs circulating the unit, it's been really fulfilling to find my mind again. I had a traumatic brain injury in high school around 2006, 2007. And due to the fact that I was using drugs to cope the disability, I believe that the drugs exacerbated the
TBI?
the traumatic brain injury, yeah, the TBI.
Where'd you get it from?
Oh, I hit my head on the concrete. Someone pushed me. I was in high school then.
In a fight or?
It was a fight, yeah. It was after a football game, and we were in the gym, and there was an altercation. Words were exchanged. I was really young and about 16, 17 years old, and I hit my head. But uh, gracefully, I lived through that. And it's been a long time coming to recover from that traumatic brain injury. Not a lot of people could say that they recover from that. Some people don't. Some people stay incapacitated or crippled and have had a second or third chance. And it took about 35 years for me to finally grow up and mature here in prison. It's not exactly a resort. There's turmoil and there's affliction daily, but I believe that those who have the aptitude to rectify themselves spiritually, emotionally, and even physically have a greater chance to succeed. And I've seen a lot of growth. So,
What caused your homelessness? I know you said you had a
Sure.
difficult time after your mom passed, but what was, when mom was here, what were
Mhm.
you doing?
I was in school. I was working at a fast food chain, and I was focusing on graduating high school. I was taking 6 core classes and 2 night school classes, and I was also playing sports, paintball as a hobby competitively, and then football uh, at the American level. And I really was striving to make it to National Football League, but because of drug usage and what have you, I wasn't able to make it.
So when you say you were going to school, were you
Mhm.
getting your GED,
No, high school diploma.
your high school diploma?
Yes.
So in 2006, 2000, was this during 2006, 2007 time, or did you leave school at some point in high school and then go back?
No, I stayed in high school.
Okay.
I graduated from high school, 2008.
Okay, so I'm like,
Mhm.
let's say your mom passed away 2013. What were, or
14.
2014. What
Yeah.
were you doing in 2013?
I was her caregiver along with my sister, who was a nurse. We would take care of her. Stage 4 cancer metastasis was like a plague. It was really hard to witness. My poor mom suffocating cancer as it metastasized
Okay.
cell by cell inside of her lungs and breast, and we were just her caregivers. And ever since I was a child, we're from the Dominican Republic. We became citizens in Miami. And ever since I was a young boy, at 4 years old, I learned autodidact. I taught myself how to give her a massage. Uh, and I became a masseur at a very young age. So I would help appease her suffering with massage. I would clean the house. I was also going to college part time. And I was one of her caregivers along with my sister, who became a nurse out of FIU, Florida International University.
Okay.
hmm
When did substance use become an issue for you?
Oh man, I started smoking pot at a very young age. I was very depressed, and 11 years old is when I started smoking weed.
Okay.
And then I think when I moved to Idaho, 2 years after my 25th year, I started dabbling with harder substances.
What year would that have been?
Um, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 8 years minus 8 years minus 14. So I was 27. It must have been like 2015-ish, maybe.
So what got you into the harder substances?
Suicidal ideations, I would say, perhaps, and just a lot of depression. It was unfathomable to watch the mother who raised me so lovingly. Oh, bless you. It's okay.
Thanks.
It's like you see someone who adores you and who you love, and she couldn't breathe. The cancer was multiplying per second. The metastasis was just going on, and I witnessed that, and it was dramatic. I wanted to, on several occasions, I believe, because of the traumatic brain injury and the drugs and the trauma of seeing my mom die, I don't know, maybe suicidal, perhaps you could say, or just a lot of PTSD.
Okay.
Mhm.
What have you done since you've been here to kind of work through that, if anything?
Sure. Well, it's not of too great a significance, but I'm in the Solid program,
Okay.
and this is a certificate of completion for the first quarter, orientation, rational thinking. I signed up myself to go to the core program a few months ago. Excuse me. And I've just been reading, re-educating myself. I would love to embrace my collegiate education again, and I've just been petitioning to my higher power and reading scriptures and growing within myself, and helping people. So I continue to caregive this gentleman. His name is Joshua Walker, and he's immobile from the waist down. I'm his ADA,
Okay.
and
Is that your job?
that's one of my jobs. Yeah, I also voluntarily wash clothes for individuals,
Okay.
and that's kind of like a side thing that I do. And I don't know, I like to help people out as much as I can. So yeah, it's been a really challenging 3.5 decades, but
Do you have
slowly making it. Yeah.
Do you have any mental health diagnoses, sir?
Yeah, I think due to the trauma, there was severe depression and ideations of like I said earlier, suicide, and the bipolar thing is there, you know?
Have you been diagnosed with bipolar?
Yes, in Idaho I was.
Okay.
Mhm.
Anything else?
Um, a lot of that has been mended. I would say I didn't believe in the strength or the elasticity of the cerebral cortex until I put it to practice. I've been able to bounce back somehow. My mind is up to par. All the medical records start from Miami, Florida, where I was raised, and stem off to Boise, Idaho. Several times I was at a state hospital, but I believe that due to the fact that the gift of service, serving my fellow man and helping them out and helping that gentleman who I abide with in the cell, a lot of that has like melted away. And I don't feel that I'm sad like I used to be when I was a teenager or in my early 20s.
All right, I'm back. I
There's
stepped away for
fulfillment
a
in my
quick
life
moment.
now. I'm not just saying that. It's evident in everything I do. I have joy. I wake up and I'm just happy. The depression is like it's ceased. I could say it. 98% of the times I'm happy. Maybe 2% of the times in a month I might get down and gloomy, but who doesn't, you know?
Are you on any medications?
I was taking really hard psychotropics. I discontinued them. Um, the the medications were like taking my memory away from me, And due to the fact that I'm on this program, it's really contingent to be up to par because they run seminars, and there's this third seminar that they run daily. It's called a core class. I was sleepy all the time. I was forgetful and foggy. So I was taking really hard psychotropics. So to my understanding, some scientists say that we only tap into 10% of our potential. In my philosophy of our mind, in my philosophy, I think that the scientists who say that only understand 10% of the human mind because there's more than 10 parts to the brain. It would be impossible to say that we only use 1% of each part. So I think that I discontinued the medication, not because of any particular reason, but I wanted to gain sanity and clarity. And I feel that I've tapped into an unseen potential and I've gained my mind back.
How long ago did you stop them?
It's been about, it'll be on the 23rd, it'll be 4 months.
So it's been a
It's
minute.
no. It's been about 2 months. I was taking them for a period of time, Haldol, um, a lot of melatonin, and there was a few
Melatonin
others,
for sleep.
but
So you're not on anything.
no medication.
How
Not
do you
even.
feel?
I feel strong. It's crazy as it sounds, and I have so much energy, and my mind is back. So the way that I hit my head, I was incapacitated for over 20 minutes. The individuals who saw what had happened said that I was gone, dead. The blood was, uh, I was throwing up blood, and the blood was shooting from my head. I hit my head. I landed straight on my head. But it's amazing because mid-flight, I blacked out. It's almost as if the impact caused me to forget my the proceedings of falling. It's hard to explain, but it happened a long time ago. I would say almost 15 years ago, but this isn't a joke, but it's almost like the scarecrow in The Wizard of Oz who wished he had a brain, but he had one the whole time. But he would long for one. And I can say that out of the cerebral elasticity, I've gained my mind back. It's truly a miracle.
Okay.
Yeah.
How's your physical health, sir?
I've put on 40 pounds.
Okay. Is there anything that would prevent you from being able to complete a parole?
No,
Okay.
I think that in my sobriety and between us, Miss,
Us
there's
right
a
here on
lot of
TikTok and
drugs
YouTube also.
in that
Don't tell
tier, and
anybody.
they did a mass UA. I would say a month or two ago. I don't know how they're
He
getting
said
drugs in.
between
It
us.
blows me away, sincerely. But I stay sober. My dad, who um will turn 70 this year on the 10th of December, he's my muse, my motivation. The force of love that I have in my heart is to appease my past with good efforts. I'm 35. I'll be 40 in 4.5 years. That's 4 decades on earth. That's a long time to stay in one rut and never change. I've opened my eyes. It took a little God. It took some humility, but it took a lot of service. I don't think anything can stop me from
Okay.
being on parole. I was in Supermax and Max for a long time in ADC.
Welcome,
The
Marlene.
Matrix is like
Buenos
24 months, and
dias.
I almost have 3.5 years or so. I don't know, but I made my mistakes early, and I feel that I have a chance to win late now. That's the way I feel.
Do you have a history, criminal history in Florida or in Idaho?
I have, I believe, a misdemeanor in Idaho. It's paraphernalia with intent to use,
Okay.
but nothing in Florida.
Okay.
I was there from my second year of life up to my 25th year in Florida. No misdemeanors, no felonies, nothing.
Where's Dad live?
He's in Florida, Cape Coral. He has a home there, but he's currently in Oregon where his third wife abides. Oregon. I think they're in Portland now.
Sir, if the board chose to parole you, what would your plans be as far as parole? Where would you live? What would you be doing as far as programming, work, things like that?
Sure. By some grace, I was accepted to go to the Odyssey House. They wrote a letter and sent it to me through the blue packet. Um, I would love to re-educate myself, go back to college. I started going to college when I was 19 years old, and I was studying towards English with a concentration in psychology. I would just do school for as long as I could. And as a side hustle, if you will, I would love to reintegrate myself into my community and become a professional masseur. I love to serve my fellow man with the healing propensity of massages. It cures people. It's amazing. So I would do schooling, I would do the massage, and I believe that this validates that I've matured a lot and I could finish the program, gain housing, and it's inpatient, is that what they call it? Yeah, inpatient housing at the Odyssey House.
Yeah.
And then supposedly, I'm not sure how factual this is or not, but they help you, they gratify you with housing if you complete it, or
Transition,
transitional housing, yeah.
for sure.
Mhm.
Between the time of you going through Odyssey House and being a masseur, what would you do for work if you couldn't do that right away? Because clearly you'd have to build up a book, right?
Sure. Um, that's interesting.
Have you ever had issues getting a job?
No,
I
never.
think that's probably the better question. I mean, I guess you can't really, unless you have connections to get work or whatever on the outs.
I would do anything, honestly. I
Anything?
clean houses in the tier. I clean the clothing. I wash clothing, and then I have the 8A job, and I volunteer to do physical therapy to people who go to the gym and injure themselves. The recompense is not thousands or hundreds, and I don't do it for the strivings of recompense or reward, but it's a fourth meal at night, which is what counts, and people are either healed or happy, or their nervous system is back up to par, which is really fulfilling. So to answer your question, Miss, I think that I would even do a McDonald's gig, Taco Bell, just for part-time, just to pay housing, or to help distract my mind in a positive realm, and do schooling. And I know that financial aid is something that's evident, and perhaps I could reintegrate my Social Security disability income, which I had years prior when I was in Idaho. I don't know. So
If restitution is owed in your case, are you willing to pay that?
yes,
What would you say to your victims, sir, if they were here?
I would ask for forgiveness, and I would ask them to look deeply into my eyes and see the sincerity of my conviction of my wrong, and I would shun the reality of that day with the transcendence of my new life. I would ask them to forgive my drug usage and the past half a decade of malice, and it wasn't anything intentional. I would ask, if I was in shackled, if I could either shake their hand or embrace them, um, to show the validity of my change. I would just, I don't know. I would try not to break down, but it's evident that I committed something really heinous, and I'm repented.
Well, sir, what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board.
Okay.
The board is the one who makes the final decision in your case. They're made up of 5 members, and it takes a majority vote for them to make that decision.
Okay.
You currently have a 26-month guideline, which puts you at November 21st, 2023, which were clearly passed. A lot of that has to do with the fact that you were given 973 days credit for time served. So that's what's thrown you over that guideline.
Okay.
You do have a 15-year top, which puts you at September 21st, 2036. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction, given there are no other further offenses. Any questions for me?
No, I would say a statement rather. It's just if and when we're done, I truly wish you have a graceful day, a good day. And
Thank you, sir.
thanks for your help and your patience.
Thanks. Good luck to you. Have a good day.
Did anybody catch his name? Would this be Sergio Anael Teles Alba? and I'm just assuming this because he did say he was Dominican, and I believe he was born in the Dominican Republic. So I'm assuming here that this is him. Anyhow, you know what? Out of everybody that's come on so far, this guy I would definitely if anybody want my input, I would definitely put my money on that guy. He definitely seemed sincere and whatnot. I'm not sure if I'm a good judge of character and whatnot, but out of everybody, I think what was it like? It's been like 4 or 5 different people that have been on so far since we've been on, or maybe even more. But out of everybody, I think this guy would definitely have my blessing as far as being granted parole or whatnot. It looks like I might have to rearrange the screen over here because they might be having some other things going on. We'll see right now. What do you guys? What do you guys?
And
think?
we're over anyway, so it's had plenty of time.
Is it gonna be lunchtime already?
I'm gonna
Is it
blame
lunchtime?
Kelly, even though Kelly was completely on time.
Kelly's always messing up the rotation.
Oh, are we on?
Yeah, we're on.
I can't see him.
All of that. I could see.
This is the time and place set for an original hearing for Efron Torres, inmate 260191. Is that you,
I'm
sir?
have to set this up. I have to fix it up right
What you say? I can't hear very well. Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, very, very little.
Okay, they're
Muy
gonna have to turn
muy
up their
poquito.
system. There's nothing on my side that I can do.
Hold on, I'm gonna fix it up for you guys right now. Hold up, just be patient.
Can you
right
speak,
here.
please?
We turned it up. That's right.
Okay.
Say, can you
All
speak?
right. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, better.
Okay. This is the time and
Can
place
you
set
hear
for
me
an
now?
original
Hello,
hearing for
hello.
Efron Torres,
thing
inmate
working?
260191. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
We might have to get it.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath.
Yes,
Do you
ma'am.
swear and affirm the testimony you're
Did
about to
anybody
give
catch
is
his
the
name? I was
truth, the whole
talking.
truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any questions on it?
Well, the only question that I had was, there was one section there where it said something about me being somewhat in denial. And I
Okay.
have never denied anything to, not even to the AP&P when I first went to see them. I told them that I was very remorseful and that I knew that I had done wrong. And that's why I had, that's what I told them.
Okay. Is that in your pre-screen investigation report? The AP&P filled out, is that where you saw that?
Yes, it says,
Okay.
it said that, yeah.
And we'll talk a little bit more kind of about the offense and things like that. What I plan on doing is going over your current committing offense, and then we'll see what you've been up to and things since you've been here, okay?
Okay,
In case 231400135, you were convicted of a second-degree felony, pattern of unlawful activity. This occurred August 2022 when this information was disclosed and reported. Overall, basically, it sounds what had happened is you were claiming to be some type of immigration attorney,
never claimed that.
somebody that could help individuals coming into the United States to get their identification, things like that to make them legal. You were taking money from these individuals, and there were several victims in this case. And currently, the total amount that I see that you basically got out of all of these individuals, all of these victims, is roughly $1,215,267.
Macaroni.
Now, just so you know, when I totaled that information up, I used a calculator and I only went through it once. I didn't double check that, but it's around that figure. Is that about accurate, sir?
no, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, we're all set.
Tell me what happened.
From what is it that you want me to tell you? The
Why
amount
are
of the
you
money?
here? What did you do?
Well, I did what they said, and I pleaded to that. I also voluntarily removed my appeal on the case because I told my lawyer that I was guilty. But the first attorney I had, Mr. David Heyer, told me, he says, because they made me a plea deal first, which I never knew about. And also, um, the, um, the time span that they gave me, because the lawyer is the one that signed my name on the plea deal. I was never told what plea deal was or nothing like that, what it consisted of. And then by the time I went to court, that's when I found out about that plea deal. And I tried to argue that in court, and they kept telling me to be quiet, on that case. Now, I don't know, did the board receive anything from my lawyer that he was supposed to send this week to the board?
What? What's that last part you said?
Did my attorney right now send anything to you, to the board, of the transcript from the court?
I didn't see anything about that. The information that I have is the police report that I've got in regard to this case and the charge. Now, when I said this information to you, you told me that it was not accurate. So what I'm asking you is, what did you do? Like, tell me exactly what you did
The
that
right
I
amount of
said that
people,
you did not agree with.
the right amount of people is nowhere to what they're claiming of 150 people.
Okay.
It's about 45 to 50 people, and it's not even, the amount of money is incorrect too. It is nowhere on that, nowhere close to that.
Well, what
But we
amount are
went-
you saying it is?
It's about 400,000. That's what, because there's two different figures from what me and my lawyer went through on the crime impact statements from the victims. They're claiming one amount on that statement, and then there's another amount, there's another sheet that's coming from the AG office claiming a different amount.
And I'll tell you right now, sir, what's more than likely going to happen with this restitution. The Board of Pardons isn't going to determine that amount because it's been within a year that this conviction happened. All of the restitution stuff is going to be sent back to the courts, and they're the ones who are going to determine the amount. And more than likely, they'll probably have a hearing
Sound got weird?
with attorneys and things like
Let me
that,
double
and
check,
you
hold on.
there that's going to
Yes.
determine all of this, just so
Yeah, that's
you're
what I was
aware.
informed.
I think
Yeah,
it's
that's what I
So
was informed.
basically,
Hold on.
set the restitution piece aside. Everything else, though, as far as what you did, the lies, the misrepresentation, things like that,
I
that's
never,
accurate.
represented myself. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I never represented myself as anybody from immigration. I was approached by Maria Raya, which is not even anything came up to her, and she's the one that brought the people. She's the one that was giving them the prices and stuff, and now they got her down as a victim. They also approached my first lawyer, Mr. David Heyer, told me, he says they're going to try to use this and bring as many people as they can that they can convince to come and talk. And that's exactly what he told me, is exactly what happened. As far as victims go.
So
They
were
even
they
called my
claiming that you
daughter.
were so were they claiming that you were an immigration attorney and then they were bringing these people to you?
Maria Raya came to me with people.
Okay, I understand that, but did you hear what I said?
No,
Were
ma'am.
they claiming that you were an immigration attorney and they were bringing these people to you?
Yes, ma'am, I believe, yes.
Okay, so
I never claimed myself.
you were presenting yourself though as an immigration attorney
No,
because
no.
you were not denying that whenever they were bringing them to you.
No, I told them that I never told anybody that I was an immigration, that I had anything to do with immigration. I never
But
told
you
anybody
knew they
that
were
I had.
telling people that.
Yes, I
Okay.
found that out when I sat down with my lawyers, when I found that out.
Okay.
I never claimed to anybody. Everybody knew what my job was because when they would see me, I was full of paint. I'm a painter. I paint homes. Everybody that I seen in person, I was dirty. I was full of paint. And that's what my profession is. I never
Right.
claimed to anybody that I was in immigration, that I had anything to do with immigration at all. When they asked me, well, my wife and my stepchildren. I've been married 26 years. I have 13 kids. I didn't have my first son until I was 49 years old. And then there's several, that's why I have so many kids. I have 2 sets of twins. Uh, when they came and stuff, that is how I make my living as a painter. I never told anybody that came to my home or anybody that I had contact with that I was anything to do with immigration.
Why
They asked me-
what was your understanding of these people coming to you?
They were trying to find out how to get legal papers, you know, and how to get people from Mexico over here. They asked me one question: how did I get my wife here from Mexico? My wife and my stepchildren are from Mexico. When I married her, she already had a marriage before, and she had children. They asked me, "Well, how did you get them here?" And I told them how I did it, how I went down to and looked for somebody by the border, and they were brought here to Las Vegas. I never brought him over here. I paid, cost me a good amount of money to get him here. They brought him to me to Las Vegas, and I picked my family up in Las Vegas.
What was your part of the deal? Like, what did you get from this
As far as what?
payment?
Yeah, they paid for, all I did was fill out the applications. It was their
Yeah, but
duty,
what I'm wondering is how much were you getting for these applications that you were filling out or whatever?
about $1,000.
Okay.
$1,000 to $1,500. But the thing is that a lot of these victims, I went through all the victim statements that came in the blue packet. I went through all of them, and I am completely disagreement with that part. I am in denial about all them victims, not of the ones that I really know, because I know who they are. And I had already made restitution payment 6 months prior to even being investigated or anything. When everything started with the police was with a lady named Marta Aguilar. She's the one that started getting people together because she says, "I'm gonna go to the police." And her complaint to me was, give me my 40,000 that my relatives paid at the border, or I'm gonna go to the police. And I told her that money, that 40,000 was not given in my hand. You never gave me no money, so I'm not gonna give you 40,000 that I don't have. You paid it to somebody in the border. Your family got caught crossing over, and they were just put back into Mexico. But they didn't guarantee you that your money was gonna turn back to you or nothing. I don't even know who the people are that they contracted.
So you're saying the victims in this case that have written letters are individuals that you don't have anything to do with really, but they think that you have their money that you owe them when it's really this other individual.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct, because I know for a fact, and I told Mrs. Alicia Jones, the APNP officer that investigated me from the beginning, I told her, I said, I am guilty. I am very remorseful about what I did. I couldn't sleep at night because I was looking for this lady, Maria Raya, that took most of the money, and I couldn't even sleep at night. My conscience was killing me because I know how hard it is to work
1.2 million.
and make
Oh,
money.
yeah.
To live here in the United States, especially if you're coming from Mexico with no documents.
So what would you say to your victims, sir?
As far as what? As
No
far as
refunds?
What would you say to them if they were here or if they're listening?
if they were
refunds.
here and they were listening, I would sincerely apologize to them and give them the chance, like I was doing on my own, to the people that I paid back, that I am very sorry, that I'm very remorseful, and if they're having a hard time because of what happened, I am deeply remorseful and very sorry, but that I will get the money back to them as soon as I can, when I get out of here.
Uh-huh.
So
I
sir,
am in full,
if there is restitution owing in your case at some point when that's decided, are you willing to pay your restitution that you do owe?
of course, they deserve it, ma'am. They deserve it.
Okay.
But to the people that are truly the victims, not to somebody that just got out of the street or names that they brought into to claim that they were victims. They even called, the Attorney General's office called my daughter, my stepdaughter, Anna Marlene Bravo. Her last name is Bravo, from her biological father. They even called her and told her you know, do you know Efren Torres or Francisco Torres or whatever? And she says, yes. She says, we got you down, we got your name down because they took her passport from my house. And do you know him? And did he offer you to get papers and stuff like that? And if he didn't, you know, you can come in and make a complaint. We're getting victims together, and you'll be
Oh, I
eligible
read
to.
that. I read that where that happened.
Yeah, that you'll be eligible to apply for a U visa because you're a victim of crime. That's how all these people came out. And the one that started all of this here was Martha Aguilar, because I told her I was not going to give her no 40,000 that she paid to somebody at the border. She didn't give me that money. I didn't go to the border.
Okay. Sir, moving on, because we don't have a ton of time in these hearings, and I think we've talked about the incident enough at this point. Do you have any substance use issues, sir?
No, I do have a couple of, I got a write up here, for I go to diabetics, 2 times a day. And then I have to go 2 times a day or 3 times a day also for my blood pressure because I had a stroke here and I had 3 seizures and stuff, and they still can't get, my blood pressure is over 250 every time they check me. And I can't get rid of my headache because of the blood pressure. Well, anyway, I was on my way to diabetics and some person approached me and told me, hey, can you give this to somebody who's going to ask you for this here? Can you give it to them? And I can't go over there. I appreciate it. I don't know who the person was or nothing. I took that thing, put it in my pocket, and I went to my diabetic to get my insulin. Some guy approached me. I don't know who he was. He says, hey, you got something for me? And I says, no, I don't have nothing for you. Because he told me it was only a note or something for, they call them homies, you know, for their homies, I think it's their friends or something. And I think they call that thing a kite or something like that.
A weed lie.
And to me, it didn't feel like it was just a piece of paper. So I never handed it over to this person.
What you do with it?
On my way back from diabetics, I handed it to my, one of the sergeants. I said, this was given to me. I says, I don't know what it is and stuff. And he came back as it was paper, but it had illicit drugs in that paper. So, and so they charged me for that.
Okay.
That's the write-up they gave me, but that's not the whole story. When they called me up to Omar to discuss that incident, I had a lot of deputies. I'm very respectful to them. I know their job is hard here. A lot of deputies spoke for me in my behalf. Sergeant Reed spoke in my behalf. Captain Anderson spoke in my behalf, and they only gave me a racking time, and they gave me a fine. But Captain Anderson spoke in my behalf and told them, we want to excuse Mr. Torres. Do not fine him. So they dropped the fine. They only gave me a little time of wrecking.
Okay.
And I'm straight. I had been there 5 months and I had not gotten any write-ups, any C notes, any nothing. Respectful when they talk to me. I respect them and stuff. And that's on the blue pack too, on part of there where they're saying Mr. Torres is very respectful. We have never had any problems with him. And that's the way I feel. I feel for the victims, ma'am. I really do feel for the victims. And my intent is to pay whatever time, if the board permits me to get out in parole, start right away and go back to where I was doing. What I was doing was 6 months prior to me being investigated or charged with anything, I was making restitution. The court has the copies of the checks, the copies of the cashier's checks, where I was making restitution. And I've made over $22,000. Right now, my sons are putting whatever they can away so that I don't know where even to make restitution. When I went to court, that I pleaded guilty because I know that I was guilty. And then the lawyer told me, and when I found out about I was being investigated, the police, Orem police came up to me, one of the sergeants, and said, Torres, you're being investigated for this, and that. Am I going to have you taken off on me? And I told him, no, this is my home. I have 13 children. I got 3 of them, plus my wife. with medical conditions. I have my oldest son has multiple sclerosis, which is in a wheelchair now. Before he used to walk, he was able to drive, but every time they do an MRI, he's got more lesions in his brain and on his spine. I have another son, which is my youngest, which is 10 years old. He's got Charcot-Marie-Tooth, which is a nerve and muscle disability, and he's being treated by Shriners Hospital, where he's in a wheelchair 24 hours. For anything he's got to do, he's got to be in a wheelchair. I was the one that was bathing him. I was the one that was feeding him because he can't even hold a spoon to feed himself. It's already to that point. He's only 10 years old. My
Okay.
wife suffers from migraine headaches, high blood pressure, and heart problems. My 17-year-old just got diagnosed, just got out of the hospital, got diagnosed with an enlarged heart. I'm 75. I just turned 75 years old. I have no time to be running from anybody. And that's when the sergeant asked me, "Are you going to take off on me, Torres?" And I said, "No, this is my home. This is my family. This is where you'll find me if I am found that I have done something wrong, which I know that what you're looking at." Because he didn't tell me they were investigating me for immigration. I said, "I know what you're investigating, and I'll be here when I'm ready to get picked up." I have never missed a court date. The
Right.
Attorney General, hold on, ma'am. The Attorney General stopped me.
Hold on.
Sir,
Okay.
just so you know, sir, we don't have a ton of time for these
Oh, I'm
hearings.
sorry,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry. I know you have a ton of stuff to tell me and everything. If you feel like there's something we missed during this time, you are more than welcome to write a letter to the board with this information. But there are some
appreciate that.
things I do want to get through that the
Okay.
board will want to take into consideration
I appreciate that,
in
ma'am.
regard to all of this. So
Thank
if
you.
the
and
board
I'm sorry about
chooses-
that.
No, you're fine. If the board chooses to parole you at some point, sir, it sounds like you have a place to go back home to Orem. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is my home.
Would
I
you
have my
return to
family.
painting?
That I'm going back to that. I'm going to try to hook up with the contractors that have jobs that pay good money. I left $50,000 because of the AG office. I left $50,000 in the table on
You
3
remind me
houses
of
that I was
somebody,
doing.
but I can't put my finger on it.
Because he called my lawyer and told him, the judge gave me permission to go as long as I got an ankle monitor and stayed within 12 miles of where I was working, the radius of 12 miles.
Who does he
And the
remind me
AG
of?
called the next day when I was going to leave out of state to do them jobs. If he goes out of state, I'm having extradite him back to Utah County Jail. And I left $50,000 on the table that was going towards that restitution,
Okay.
like I promised Judge Brady.
So it sounds
I-
like too, that if you are paroled, you would be willing to comply with whatever the board orders. Is that accurate then, sir? 'Cause it
Whatever
sounds
the
like you were
board such-
compliant prior to this.
Yes, whatever the board tells me I have to do, like I had wrote to them before, and I told them, whatever the board conditions put on me, before that parole time is up, I will have my victims cleared and made whole. That is the whole purpose of this here, is to make the victims whole. And that was my intent when I started doing restitution myself.
And I do see that you've completed a couple of programs since you've been here, the anger management, impact of crime, as well as making it work. Is that accurate, sir?
That is correct, and I have
Oh,
two,
no,
I have
don't pop
2
out the
more that I'm
notes.
starting on the 16th of September
Pop
for the
out the
second, for this
huila.
semester coming up. And that is Unlock Your Thinking. And it was given to me by my caseworker. And the other one is Making It Work. Unlock My Thinking starts on September 16th, and Making It Work starts on September 17th.
Okay. Sir, I
And
think
that's
that's
two-
everything that the board is going to need to know as far as that goes. Is
I
there
know who
anything
you
you'd like
reminds
them
me
to
of
know
now.
moving forward, sir?
No, ma'am, just that I'm willing to comply with any conditions that the board puts on me. And my intent is to I have a place to go, like you mentioned, and that's where I will be. If I don't care if I have to report to the parole officer, whatever time they give me to, I will be present. And I have never missed a court. Even when I knew I was going to get sentenced to prison, I was still there. And I knew I was going to be sent to prison. So, I will comply with whatever the conditions the board puts and start making the rest of this restitution that I have to make.
All right, sir. What I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed, compiling that into a report, and submitting that to the board. The board is the one who makes the final decision in your case. They're made up of 5 members, and it takes a majority vote for them to make that decision. It usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. You do have a 12-month guideline, which puts you at February of 2025. That is that guideline is what it is. It's just a guideline, meaning they can go below that, on that, or past that, depending on if they want to see you complete something prior to a parole. You do have a
Okay.
15-year top, which puts you at February 8th, 2039. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. Do you have any questions for me, sir?
No, ma'am, it's just that if I am given parole, I have no intentions of ever coming back. I have never been in prison before. This is my first time and stuff. I have no intentions I don't want to even come back and see the doors of this place. I intend to follow up with whatever I have to do to comply with the state of what they want from me.
All right, sir. With that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day.
Thank
Man,
you very much
is it
for giving me
lunchtime
this
yet?
opportunity.
Thanks.
Is it lunchtime? See, let me fix the screen here. Ooh. Let's see what's going on over here. We got a new participant right here. All right. Who is this?
This is the time and place set for an original hearing for Sergio Tellez Alba, inmate 262-850. Is that you, sir?
Yes,
Did I say your last name correctly?
that's fine. It's Deyes, but tell us is fine.
So close, maybe
Close enough.
almost a little bit.
Casi.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
yeah,
Did you have a chance to review that?
a little bit, yeah.
Did you have any questions on it?
No.
Okay. What I plan on doing is going over your current committing offenses, and then we'll see what you've been up to since you've been here, okay?
Okay,
In case 231-700-542, you were convicted of a second-degree felony, receive or transfer a stolen vehicle, as well as a third-degree felony, fail to stop or respond at the command of police. This occurred around October 4th, 2023, where it looks like you basically were in a high-speed chase from Price to Spanish Fork,
That was a
where
good little run.
officers deployed spikes and everything else to get you to pull over. Once they pulled you over after you got through the canyon into Spanish Fork, you had told the paramedics that you had only taken alcohol and crystal. Paramedics asked you if you had said you took crystal meth, and you stated yes. Before the officer had told you why you were there, you exclaimed that you had wanted them to know that the reason you did not stop the truck was because you couldn't. You said the brakes that had a little fluid and you were unable to stop, and you were hoping that the officer
Sounds
who
legit.
was in front of you would use his vehicle to stop you or slow you down. Is that accurate, sir?
yeah.
Is that the story you're still sticking with?
He should have done
No,
a Freddie Flintstone.
I run out of brake fluid, but I guess I was high, so I
Gracias,
wasn't
mi
thinking
amor.
right. I think I knew that the cop wasn't gonna stop me. You know, it was just nonsense that I said that.
All right.
Well, and the thing to take into consideration as well, sir, is that you're in a high-speed chase through Spanish Fork, Price Canyon. Through that canyon, there are a lot of uphills. So if you were really
That
wanting
place
to
is
stop,
dangerous.
those hills would have eventually slowed you down to the point that you would have stopped. So again, like you had mentioned, you are high, so I don't feel like that story was actually accurate, regardless of what your brake fluid was.
Okay,
Is that fair to say?
yeah, that's fair.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about your substance use history.
Well, I stopped using cocaine since 2020. And that's about it. I used drugs since 2016 till 2020. Then I stopped for it's been almost 5 years till that day that I did some meth.
So you said you were using from 2016 to 2020?
Yeah,
And then you had stopped?
yes, I stopped.
How long did you stop for?
Almost 5 years.
So what else were you using after you stopped using cocaine?
I was using both coke and methamphetamines while I was from 2016 till 2020.
Okay, but you were under the influence of methamphetamine during this incident in 2023, correct?
Yeah, just that day that I had to drive at night. Yeah.
So between 2020 and the day you were arrested, you hadn't used anything else that was
No.
illegal?
Yeah.
What caused you to use that day?
I was worried. I was paranoid. I was stressed that my son was in the hospital. So I asked a friend of mine if he would give me a 20 of meth.
What was your son in the hospital for?
He fell out of a second floor window and cracked his head.
Was that up in Spanish Fork or was that down in
No,
Price?
that was in I think my ex is on Ogden. So he was taken to
But that's where you were headed?
yeah, I was heading to the children's hospital.
Between 20 and 2023 to the day of this incident, what were you doing? Like, what was going on in your life?
I work in construction. I'm a metal framer and a sheet rocker. I do side jobs. I do anything that is just cash. That's pretty
Okay.
much it. Yeah.
What else were you doing in life during that time? Was it just work?
Work. I mean, I have my brothers in Colorado. Hang out with them, but it's
What was
just
keeping you
occasionally
clean, really?
work. Work and both of my brothers.
Okay,
They keep me constantly checked.
okay.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit of how your mental health is.
Mm, well, I'm not perfect, so I make mistakes. But I don't think I mean, honestly, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I think the judge Hume told me I need a therapy to
Okay.
see how I am, or how do you call that when you take a
It's
mental
psychological
health
or
mental
something?
health evaluation?
Okay.
Yeah.
You said the judge said that?
Yeah, he told me that I needed to be checked.
Do you feel like you have a diagnosis like depression, anxiety, bipolar, anything like that?
No, 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 no.
What got you started into substances?
Um, Problems, family problems. Um, I cheated on my wife. I wasn't doing things right. Uh, like work, feeding my daughters, sending them money, and all that got me into drugs.
Okay. How's your physical health, sir?
It's fine. I do here while I've been incarcerated. I do 300 burpees daily, about 340 push-ups, 50 sometimes
300 burpees and
every
300
day.
push-ups, a lot more than I
Is there
could do.
anything that would prevent you from being able to complete a parole?
No, no. I done probation before.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
As a minor, I completed it.
Have you been able to get into any programming since you've been here?
When I was in prison, I talked to both of the case managers I had there, and they told me that I needed to wait to see the board for me to start doing programming. But I also told them I wanted to do school because I was 3 months from graduation from high school. But when I finished my probation as a minor, I stopped going to school.
Okay.
But then he asked for my transcripts, but he couldn't get them. So I got the letter that they couldn't get my transcripts from Colorado.
Where did you go to high school at?
Uh, when I was incarcerated, I almost finished. It's called ROP, Rite of Passage. It's a
Okay.
program, a minor program.
Okay. What programs do they have at the Davis County Jail?
honestly, I don't know.
How long have you been at the Davis County Jail?
It's been 3 months. I asked the case manager too, if I could get into any programming, and he said that I need to wait, to see the board first.
But he didn't talk to you about any types of programmings they had there?
No.
Sir, what do you feel like has changed for you, if anything, that's going to help you moving forward so that you can abstain from substances and not end up in these situations?
Uh, Work, I have a supportive family here. I have a lot of family here from my mom's side. They actually care about me, and they're gonna help me out to get a job. I have an actual address where I can stay here and work as soon as possible. And I think that's what's gonna keep me out of trouble. You know, I'm a hard worker. I'm a fast learner, and I'm willing to do any programming you decide me to.
What's the relationship of the individual you have an address with?
So that's my mom's sisters, my youngest mom's sister.
Your aunt?
Yeah, she's my aunt.
What city does she live in?
Magna.
More than likely, the board's going to want you to do some kind of substance abuse programming. You have been assessed for residential substance abuse programming. Is that something you're willing to do?
Yes.
There is a possibility that they will come back and want you to do that prior to a parole, given the fact that, given the nature of your crimes that you currently have. Is that something that you're willing to do?
Yeah.
You currently don't have a guideline at this point, which is something I just noticed yesterday. So I've reached out to our accounting people to get that figured out. You'll get notice of that guideline once they get that figured out, and that'll be sent to you so you're aware of that, just so you know. Sir, is there anything else you feel like the board needs to know or you would like the board to know at this point?
Well, I just want to say that I'm sorry for what I did. Also, I'm willing to pay the restitution to the victim because I damaged his truck. And also, I had a court like about a month ago where I am willing to pay all the money, to the victim.
What amount did they order you?
I think it's $15,000 to the victim, and then the insurance is charging me 65,000, I think.
So 100,000 easily over.
And more than likely, just so you know, that restitution
no,
will
he said
be
15.
sent back to the
15 and
sentencing court, just so you're aware of that.
Okay.
Anything else, sir?
That's all.
That's all, folks.
What I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board. The board is the one who makes the final decision in your case. They're made up of 5 members, and it takes a majority vote for them to make that decision. Usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you.
Okay.
You know what?
Because I don't have any of the other information, sir. Your expiration date will be October 3rd, 2038. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further
2038.
offenses, okay?
Okay.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you, good luck to you, and have a good day.
Thank you.
So what do you guys think? For those of you that are watching, should he be found suitable? All right. We got next. Man, they're moving quick today. Let's
Do we
see, I
have
got-
a victim on this case?
What the what? Let me see. Let me fix this up.
Okay.
Okay, here. Let me see. Oops.
Yeah.
This is the time and place set for an original hearing for LaPreeze Owens, inmate 260620. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Did I say your first name correctly?
Yes.
Awesome. I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath, and I will just assume in good faith that you are raising your right hand. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Sir, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Yes, I went over it.
Did you have any questions on it?
No, not that I think of, no.
Okay, just want to let you know that we do have the victim's girlfriend who will be making a statement on his behalf, who was there after the incident had occurred in regard to your case. We'll get a statement from her at the end of the toward the end of the hearing. Just wanted to make you aware that she is on the phone, or she is online listening to the hearing as well. What I plan on doing is going over your current committing offenses, and then we'll see what you've been up to since you've been here and go over a few other things, okay?
Okay.
In case 221902821, you were convicted of a second-degree felony, aggravated assault resulting in serious bodily injury. This occurred on October 12th, 2022, where an individual was transported to the hospital who had facial and skull fractures, lacerations to the face, needing sutures, bilateral hematoma, and was stable but in critical condition at the time. There was video footage of you and two other individuals that showed you guys approaching the victim in this case. After several moments of arguing, one of the males began to punch the victim. The other two males stood while the victim and the male continued to fight in the driveway, which eventually both the victim and the other male fell to the ground. After several moments of the two fighting, the other two males began to kick and stomp on the victim's head, even after he was unconscious. Shortly after the two males began to kick and stomp on the victim's head, all three males ran away with the victim lying in the driveway concrete and with his hands stiffed and posture straight and his hands bent, appearing to be unconscious and unable to get up. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything you wanted to add to this?
No, not at all.
Were you the first individual who was arguing, who first got into the fight with the victim, or were you one of the two that jumped in?
I was one of the ones that jumped in.
Okay. In case 231403010, you were convicted of a third-degree felony forgery as well as a Class A misdemeanor attempted theft by deception. This occurred around December 14th, 2021, where Lehigh officers were dispatched to the Utah Community Credit Union in Lehigh regarding a report of fraud. According to the security division at UCCU, they had detected several fraudulent accounts in the preceding few months. Visa accounts and some other personal loan accounts had been opened. A total of $10,005.26 had been withdrawn through cash advances by individuals related to this scheme. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Anything you wanted to add to that?
No, ma'am.
Tell me what was going on during these times. What was going on with the first incident in regard to the assault? What was it about?
I know my older brother had gotten into an altercation with him about, I guess they got into it about my dad. He said something about my dad, and they wasn't getting along. And then my older brother told them, and so they ended up getting into it. And then my brother was mad, and we all ended up going over there, and then they started fighting. I know that's what the altercation was about, was I believe him and my dad.
What was the reason for you and the other individual to jump in?
Well, he was choking my brother, and I just reacted and started kicking him.
Okay. In the second incident, tell me what was going on during that time. What was the purpose behind all of this?
With that, I just was trying to get money. I was broke at the time, did something stupid, and tried to get along with everybody that's even on the case. I didn't even know there was that many people. Like, I probably only know 2 of them that was on there. I didn't even know they took all that much money and stuff. I didn't get nothing out of it, as you can see on the thing. I didn't get no money on there, so I don't really know what happened with all that. But yeah, I attempted to get a loan, and then yeah, that's how it went about that.
Is there a reason were you not working at the time?
No, yeah, I wasn't working at the time.
Had you been how long were you out of work for?
Probably a few months.
What was the reason for not getting another job?
I don't, just lazy, I guess I could say.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about your substance use history, sir.
Can you say that one more time?
Tell me a little bit about your substance use history.
I started smoking when I was like 12, and then I was on probation for stealing candy when I was little, and then I pretty much just failed on my drug test, but I never really had a heavy problem with drugs. I mean, I smoked a lot of weed, I guess I could say that, but like any other drugs, no, I haven't done other drugs.